Good evening. I'd like to call to order the City Council special meeting of February 4, 2025 here in council chambers. And would the clerk please call the roll?
Of course, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you.
Here.
Councilmember Burt. Here. Vice Mayor Vinker. Here. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
Mayor Lowing.
Here.
For the record, all present.
And the date is February 10. I read another document that was below it called February 4. So the date is February 10. Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of special orders of the day. The first is Santa Clara County 24 Synopsis Championship Science Fair STEM winners from Palo Alto. And looking for a presenter on that.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the consideration of recognizing the students from the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association who were winners at the Synopsis Championship that we held here, and I mean, not here, but in San Jose. It's a countywide fair, and we invite all of the schools within the county of Santa Clara to come and participate or display their skills and their development at the science fair. And your students did well. And I want to thank you again for honoring them for their work. It is said that the future is something we talk about. But in reality, the future is something that we can design and shape. And your encouragement is a motivation for them to continue their work in the STEM environment. I'm an engineer. I worked for IBM for 35 years. I'm retired now, but engineering is a passion for me because there's nothing in our world today that has not been touched by an engineer. And we want you to push that forward because we're going to leave the youngsters with a lot of problems to solve. And they have the ability to do it. We just need to give them an encouragement to continue. So thank you again very much.
We'd now like to invite up the honorees who are here in person for a picture with the City Council. So Adita Banwanzi, Arlo Cohen, Adrina Espielpour, and Hongyi Shi, and anyone else who isn't.
They're going to come over. We got a special officer there helping. Okay, our next item of business this evening is the appointment of candidates for the Planning and Transportation Commission. Does the city clerk have a presentation explanation? Go ahead.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Sorry. Mahia Wanya, City Clerk. I'll be handing it off to Francesca Reyes, Deputy City Clerk, to make some announcements on item 2.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight you will vote to appoint commissioners to full terms on seats 6 and 5 and a partial term on seat 4. A majority of 4 votes is needed to make an appointment. For voting on the 2 full-term seats, seat 6 appointment will have a service date to begin on April 1st. For seat 5, prior to voting, staff is requesting council's direction whether the appointment will take effect immediately to fill the current vacancy or start on April 1st.
So just to reiterate, we'll be sending a live voting link, electronic ballot to each of your emails right now. And we have 2 full-term seats that one will be vacant as of March 31st and the term will start April 1st. We currently have a second full-term seat that is currently vacant, and at council's discretion, we would like direction on either having an immediate effective date of appointment this evening and the commissioner could start, or waiting until the term of April 1st.
And those are both the 2 4-year seats, right?
Correct.
So
Just one is currently vacated and one is not. So council will need to decide on who they'd like to be seated in the current vacant seat and if they'd like to seat them immediately, or if they'd like that person to start when the term starts and leave the seat vacant up until April 1st.
but the other one cannot be seated till April 1st.
Correct. The other full-term position is still currently seated by Commissioner Suma. So that, once that seat is vacated, we will have the term start as April 1st for whomever council appoints to that specific seat. So to help with that, we've numbered the seats. So we have seat 5 and seat 6. So when you get the electronic voting link, so you can distinguish between the different seats.
So explain again what 5 and 6 is, so we can write it down and be sure, because I thought we weren't going to be able to do this by the live ballot and specify which term. So if we are, that's great, but.
So seat 5 is the seat that is currently vacated, and that was vacated by Councilmember Liu. So that seat is currently vacant, and it is at council's discretion to seat a commissioner effective immediately or to wait until the start of the actual term, which is April 1st. So this person that council would select, the commissioner, would in theory be serving it an additional month, which is allowed. And then seat 6 is the currently filled position, but will be expiring come March 31st. And we will need a commissioner appointed for the April 1st start. And then seat 4 is the partial term, which will be seated effective immediately. And that seat expires March 31st of 2026.
And will be in the second ballot.
And will be in the second ballot. So the process will be, we will send out a electronic voting link, distinguish between the 2 seats, and those whom are not selected, that identified that they would like to be seated for the partial term will then be moved to the partial term ballot list. So we do need direction though on, would council like to seat a commissioner effective immediately for seat 5 or wait until the term start of April 1st?
Councilmember Burt?
Yes, I would move that we seat position number 5 effective immediately.
Second.
All right, so we'll
Is there a
send out.
second?
Oh, for a second.
Okay.
We'll take a vote on that.
Any comment for the seconder? We have other lights
Oh,
on this.
got
Councilman Rectal?
Yeah, so would we be voting separately for this? And then so that we have to distinguish when we vote who it goes for? And we could split our votes or
It'll be two separate motions. So this motion is specifically for direction on how to move forward with the vacated seat. And then the ballot link will be sent out momentarily and we'll distinguish between the two seats, and that each of the council members will submit their votes, cast their votes.
yeah, generally when there's just two openings and we vote and the top two vote getters are the two people who placed.
Correct. So it does take a majority vote for a commissioner to be seated. So the first,
So won't this be very rather confusing because some people will vote for one candidate on one seat and the other, but those votes don't match.
If this motion passes and Councilmember X gets, candidate X gets 4 votes for number 5, they will take the vacated seat.
so it'll in the,
Oh, are we voting one at a time though? One seat at a time?
the full term will be on one ballot. The partial term will be on a separate ballot. So on the ballot that will be sent out, there'll be 2 separate questions, seat 5, or is it seat 5 and seat 6? Once we tabulate the votes for that, we will then move the names that were not selected that are interested in the partial term to the partial term ballot.
Councilmember Lithgow-Hames?
My initial thought on the motion was it behooves us to have a full PTC as soon as possible, so I was in favor of the motion. I do want to jump in here on this question of what we might inadvertently achieve if we vote the way that is being proposed. I am a little concerned that if we're voting for seat 5 and seat 6 simultaneously, if the person I wanted for seat 5 doesn't win, I would want to vote for them again in seat 6. But if I'm voting at the same time for both seats, it would seem that I'm effectively only casting a vote for one person if I'm concerned that my number 1 might not make it out of in the running the first time. Councilmember Rectal can probably say it more efficiently than I just did.
Go ahead.
As much as I'd like to have a full PTC right away, the voting becomes much simpler if we see them at the same time and then we just vote. Everybody gets 2 votes and the 2 highest vote getters are placed. That seems a lot simpler.
So are you amending the motion that's on the table to both being seated? Because the motion from Councilmember Burt is that seat 5 be seated immediately.
No, if I may.
Go ahead.
The only thing in question was seat 5. So that just added seat 5 to be seated immediately. But I think there's a separate question, if I understood Mahia correctly, is that the way we're going to be asked to vote is we're voting on seat 5 and seat 6 as opposed to seats 5 and 6 together. And that I didn't know until you just said that. And I don't know why we'd do that. Why wouldn't we vote on the 2 4-year seats and the 2 highest vote getters, provided they got a majority, would get those 2 seats?
We can do, it's definitely at the council's discretion, so we can edit the ballot to do that. So if council would like to vote for both, we would just like to know which commissioner would be seated effective immediately, or which commissioner would start at the April.
If we are
That's not- I
voting
don't
on
think-
this motion, then that goes away.
Yeah, I
They'd
think,
both be effective immediately.
right, but I think Councilmember Lithgow-Hames' point was, City Clerk, I think Councilmember Lithgow-Hames' point we should vote individually
Oh, I
and
see.
get someone elected.
So 5 and 6. Yeah, so the motion is simply that seat 5 would start immediately. That's all that was in the motion. I would move to amend the motion to say that we will be voting on the 2 4-year terms at the first ballot, and the 2 highest vote getters, provided that they have a majority of the ballots cast, would be selected for the 2 4-year terms.
Right, but we still have to address the other issue.
And perhaps the
Come.
one with the highest number starts immediately. The only time that doesn't work is if there's a
That would
tie.
be fine. So we could add that. Well, no, they would both start immediately. Isn't 5?
No, one of the seats is occupied and through the end of March, I believe.
Oh, I see.
Victoria?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
What if we went back to single person for the first time, single for the second time, to address Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' point that
Yeah.
if her first vote doesn't win, maybe she'd like to vote for the second person. And then after that, we can decide if one or the other or both should be seated.
I'm not sure it matters if we're voting at once and we just take the highest for the soonest. It'll still be in descending order.
Anyone else?
But either way works.
But if there's not, if they're both 4, then we have to figure it out anyway, so.
Either way, this is the first time we've ever encountered this kind of complexity in this vote. So just
All right, let's
so
do-
everybody doesn't think we go through
Let's
this all
do
the
2 like
time.
like we addressed it before. Both.
Three separate ballots.
No, we're going to have both on the first ballot, just like we started out, but we still have to figure out when that's over, which one should be seated first. And the suggestion is maybe the one who has more votes should be seated first, which could work fine, but just let's see how it comes out.
Okay, so to confirm, we'll be sending out a ballot for 2 positions, one question though, full term,
2
And-
full terms.
2 full terms. Whichever candidate receives the most votes will then be appointed, but council will decide on which candidate will be seated immediately.
If 2 win, eventually 2 are going to win on this. And so then we have to figure out which one is seated. And the ad hoc suggestion here is the one with the most votes should be, but that's not in the
Okay,
motion yet.
But that's not what Mahia just said. I need to correct the motion, which is that in that first vote, we'd be voting, you'd be tabulating for the 2 highest vote getters. And if each of them received a majority, they would be for those 2 4-year positions. And then we have the issue of which would be seated immediately. And we're saying the highest vote getter would be seated immediately.
Well, we didn't say that in the motion. That's why I just said that we
Okay,
could
but I
do.
wanted to clarify the other part too.
Yeah. but
That's
we-
what I just
if
added.
you wanted to add it to the motion,
Yeah.
then it's a different vote. So a different motion. So.
Yeah, well, I'm adding to the motion that in addition to what I said, the highest vote getter among those 2 would be seated immediately.
Seconders, okay?
Yes, we each get 2 votes. So we'll each get 2 votes on the first round.
For different people. That's the way it is, yeah. And when we get back to the second part, do we still have some more questions? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
I am worried that seat 5 could end up with somebody with 3, candidate A gets 3 votes. And candidate A gets 3 votes for seat 6. Are you going to be aggregating those and deciding candidate A actually got 6? If 3 of us voted for candidate A on seat 5 and the different 3 voted for candidate A on seat 6, candidate A would have received 6 votes, which is a clear majority, even though it was spread across 2 seats.
My understanding is that they will now be treating the first vote as our votes for seats 5 and 6. And then they will simply tabulate who got the most votes among those 2 combined.
Thank you.
Correct, so that the ballot that will be sent out will not be distinguished between seats at this point. Mhm. All right, so I'll take the vote on this, and then in the interest of time, we'll move, if the mayor would like, we'll move to public comment, and we can keep the council posted on as we tabulate the votes.
Yeah, and when it comes back, we can have another session like this to review the evolving rules and to take enough time to make a considered choice from the new sort of denominator of candidates.
Thank you. Taking the vote, Council Member Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, did you want to send out a ballot before public comment? Just, it's going to be ready here.
Yes, it'll be sent to your emails momentarily.
Madam Clerk, the says select up to 2 candidates to appoint, but I got an error message that says, please select no more than 3. I just want to be clear that we are selecting only 2. Is that correct?
Correct. Each council member is allowed 2 votes.
Just refreshed it and it worked.
Let's not have some voter machine errors here. Let's make sure it's, I'm serious. Let's make sure that if it refreshes and works, then we're okay, but.
Mayor, if you're interested, we can move to public comment while we receive the last few votes.
Okay, let's do that. And how many do we have?
We currently have 7 requests to speak and 1 is a group of 6. So that is a total of 13.
So let's do 8 and then 2.
Our first speaker is Mel T.
Hello, there we go. My name is Melody and it's nice to see many of you again and hello to our new council members. I am a librarian here and a member of our union, SCIU. We are trying something a little different today as we kind of read into city protocols. We discovered the group meeting, so we're consolidating all of our thoughts into one speech. So, and before I continue, I would like to play a video that a lot of our departments and workers put together just
for anyone that's new, we are negotiating our contract. Our contract ended on December 31st, 2024, so we are out of contract at this point. And if anyone is watching at home, the city has many union relationships. We have a police union, a fire union, we have SCIU, which is our union. There's multiple different types of unions, and we do negotiate our contract for our labor in the city.
Always come here. We appreciate it. And thank you for your support, and we'd like to support you too.
Library supports the union.
Hurry Up Now supports the city work in the Palo Alto, and we always feed city works in Palo Alto, and we're 100% behind you guys.
And I thought it was really neat that Anna Eshu was here on December 2nd. It was really inspirational, her speech. But what you saw was a portion of our members. A lot of them are still working tonight to keep things running. So we have about maybe 560 members. In a CIU, we have more than 600, which includes our hourlies. And just because we're not filling the room, we just want to make sure that you can see us, and they know that now they can see us and you. So many of them will be watching the recording just to keep on top of things. But I wanted to talk about public service. This has been a great experience learning how things are going here, and also understanding really what is public service. It's not a corporation. We're not a race to the bottom for any type of profits. We don't receive stock or bonuses or anything. I mean, at least not the union workers that I know of. Our hard work is to go into infrastructure and to help a municipality like this support the people so they can live the lives that they want to live. And when we do that, we also feel part of that infrastructure, but things do change. It's not just in Palo Alto. There's staffing shortages across the country. Rising costs of living, it's getting harder. Promise of fair wages, stable benefits, these things are starting to become a thing of the past, and we just don't want to see those eroded or replaced by uncertainty. And it's that uncertainty that's really hitting home for us, especially in this new year. And, and it increases financial strain. Sometimes we feel like we're working harder for less. We see vacancies left unfilled, workloads are expanding, and there's an expectation that public employees will just do more with less. But I did want to talk about our contract, because it's more than a number on a page. It's our constitution for our workers. Our contract is a set of commitments that the people of Palo Alto and the workforce agree to. It's a legal and social contract for fair wages, stable working conditions, and respect in exchange for our labor. So when that agreement stalls, or we feel like voices are unheard, we kind of have this sense of where are things going, and is our labor as valued as it once was? And I'm sorry, I work in a library. I love metaphors. So the workers, I want us to think about workers in the city as like a diverse crew manning a large ship like this municipality. And when the ship we sail begins to go off course, it's the workers below deck in the boiler room that feel it first. We feel and we notice the vacancies among our crew. We feel the strain of picking up the slack. And when the ship does start to change course, those on deck, like the residents, they don't often realize it until it's too late. Hey, what's been going on? I'm like, oh, we've been experiencing this for the last few years. But, we're below deck. So tonight we come above deck, and then we'd like to tell all of you and maybe the residents that maybe we reconsider the course that our ship is sailing in and how it's underway. When you change just a few degrees after a few years, it's really hard to pivot a big ship back onto the course you want to go back to. So I will ask you or say, council members, the budget authority that you granted months ago was intended to ensure that this city remains competitive in wages, retains its workers, and provides fair benefits. But from where we stand at this point, it does feel like the negotiations have been a matter of rearranging deck chairs instead of bringing the ship into port and make necessary repairs. So we know you can't speak to us, but we did want to ask, have you been approached from the city through negotiations to ask for the budget authority or to expand the budget authority? That is something we have been asking our negotiating team, and we have not gotten a direct response. It's kind of been a sidestep response. I don't want to say deflection, but it feels that way, but it kind of just feels like we're just shuffling around in the same ship. And I think, you know, in line with some of the city goals for like a healthy, safe, and welcoming community for all, you know, it makes sense. These are things that all people want. And I think, you know, the workers are on board with that for the residents, but also for ourselves. And kind of the way that things have been structured so far, it almost kind of makes the equity disproportional towards maybe newer members or single people, the way the healthcare is structured. So we want to maybe look at, you know, supporting people that have been here, invested a long time, that they put down roots, and thus they have families, so that their family healthcare portion is at least more equitable to a single person's healthcare portion. And I just, you know, I mean, healthcare is not the only thing on the table. You know, I just found out in my department, over 80% of us qualify for the below market rate housing. You know, it's just, you know, getting outside of healthcare is just, you know, it's an expensive area to live in, but we just want to not have to continue to move so far outside the Bay Area to commute in. We have a lot of guys and gals and anyone that whatever pronouns they choose, they're coming in from the Valley. We have people coming from Elk Grove. This is becoming more of a common thing. And I also wanted to just kind of talk a little bit about our restructuring.
Your time is up.
I will say thank you very much. And I want to make sure we get our market realignment first before our COLAs. Please let us reach out to you an appointment and we will explain that math. Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz G. Liz G. Moving to our next speaker, Shawnee K.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing and City Council. On Friday, I received a notification from Valley Water that they're going to divert funds from our section of the Bay Levee to other parts in San Jose. The 2020 Safe Clean Water and Natural Flood Protection ballot measure. The parcel tax was marketed as a project to provide tidal flood protection, restore and enhance tidal marsh and related habitats, and improve recreational and public access along Santa Clara County shoreline. I thought always that this was a chance to restore the ITT area and restore it to provide more flood protection and sea level rise. The USA's delayed funding for Palo Alto for the phase 2 of the project, of the Bay Levee project. Valley Water is proposing that because of that delay, they cannot meet their commitments, and therefore the money can be, $23 million can be moved to support phase 1 in San Jose. But if anything, it is more important now to make the local investment in our baylands and provide natural flood resilience for Palo Alto and Mountain View, which will be diverted. And BCDC recently adopted Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan, strongly emphasized critical importance of protecting those lands, and there's no funding for that. We will need to prepare our own plan. And so this funding could have been used for that, and instead they are trying to divert it to the city of San Jose, phase one. So hopefully the city will not let them
Your
take
time is up.
that step tomorrow, because they're scheduling the discussion tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa M. Lisa M. Moving to our next speaker, Jennifer L.
Good evening, Council. I'm following up on how the city, with your leadership, can take steps to eliminate nighttime noise from big jet aircraft overflying Palo Alto and neighbors as part of your wellness focus in 2025. Building on two offers from the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, that your constituents achieved in 2016. Sleep is essential for health and productivity. Sleep is more important for the elderly, people battling disease, and youth. It's why in 2019, what was called a show of support for science and child health, State Senate Bill SB 328 was signed into law requiring middle school start times no earlier than 8 a.m. and high schools no earlier than 8:30 a.m. It's worth examining how almost a decade after the FAA's two recommendations to reduce nighttime noise over mid-peninsula skies, implementation has not been pursued, and the significance of what went into achieving the FAA's offer. Palo Alto citizens from 23 neighborhoods organized to bring the FAA to the Mid-Peninsula starting in 2014. And FAA leadership was at Palo Alto City Hall right here in the community room next door by July of 2015. It was a first for senior executives from the FAA's air traffic organization to meet with citizens about noise. Not even Airport Roundtable saw that before. In fact, the SFO Roundtable tagged itself into these meetings. Airports and airlines can always ask their local FAA offices to tweak airspace changes, but it was a first for communities to directly examine with FAA leadership where planes were flying, how they were flying, and what the FAA could safely change to reduce impacts. Initially, officials wanted a sort of closed process only with pilots and experts. We fought for an open and transparent process. Thus, a select committee was established, and why Sleep got solutions for nighttime noise.
Your time is up.
So why are these solutions still up in the air? They still demand your attention and action. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Val P.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city leadership. I stand before you tonight, not as an individual, but as a union member of hundreds of hardworking City of Palo Alto employees who could not be here this evening. Employees who are still working, keeping the city running, watching how the city treats us in this negotiations, and they'll be watching this tonight and the recording this week. Many coworkers worry about speaking up in fear of retaliation or being labeled as troublemakers. But we are here. We are the union. We are the collective backbone of the city's labor force. And it is upon our backs that the people of Palo Alto can live, work, and thrive. Without us, the city does not function. Without organized labor, there is no organized infrastructure, no reliable public services, and no stability for the community. The speech you heard earlier by Melody, earlier was not the opinion of one or two voices. It was a collective effort of dedicated public servants who ensure Palo Alto functions well every single day. The workers who fix the roads, keep the parks clean, respond to emergencies, process critical city services, and serve the public with integrity. The workers representing the overwhelming majority who know that this is a fight about fairness. The question before you is not whether a handful of voices waver. It is whether you will stand with the workforce that has been dedicated itself to making Palo Alto a place where people want to live. We will not stop until we achieve a contract that respects the values of our work and the dignity of our labor. Thank you for our time.
Our next speaker is McKenna C.
Hello, I'm McKenna here on the behalf of Palo Alto Youth Council. I'm just going to briefly talk about what we've been working on lately. Just 2 weeks ago, we had our Civic Impact Summit where we invited professors to speak on politics, law, and the role of youth. Coming up, we have our college counseling event on February 28th, where we're inviting speakers to come talk about the college admissions process. On Saturday, March 29th, at 10:30 a.m. at Mitchell Park, we'll be hosting our Pancakes and Pickleball event. It'll be a chance to play pickleball and enjoy free food with city officials. We hope to see you there. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Jennifer D. And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda. And Mayor Lowing, if I may, we have tabulated the votes for the full term positions, and we have just sent the ballot link out for the partial term.
Are you posting the results of the first?
Would you like to see the results of the first before voting? Okay. One moment. All right, per council direction and motion this evening, Ken G will be appointed to the term effective immediately, receiving votes from council members Reckdahl, Burt, Lithgott-Hames, Vinker, Stone, and Lowing. And Todd James will be appointed to the position starting on April 1st. And Todd James received votes from council members Reckdahl, Burt, Stone, and Lowing. And the partial term ballot was sent via email.
Thank you. Let's take a moment now until you tell me you're done before we move on. Is everyone done? Yes? Okay, why don't we go on to council member questions, comments, and announcements while the next ballot is going. Who's up? Council member Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to share that yesterday, when I was at church during the time when we share our joys and concerns, there was an elderly woman in the choir who stood up and talked about members of the immigrant community that work at the senior residence where she lives, and how they had stayed home on Monday as part of the Day Without Immigrants, which was a day to raise awareness of all the work that immigrants do in our community right here locally. And she choked up when she asked for prayers for them as they face unprecedented fear and new immigration enforcement efforts. So the mayor and I have talked about the fact that there are lots of stories from the past couple of weeks that are based on the unprecedented nature and number of executive orders that have come out of the Trump administration that endanger Palo Alto residents right here and threaten our own city government's ability to serve. And we also worry that what recent events might be deemed to say about our city, because more than any other city, Palo Alto is synonymous with Silicon Valley. And when you have, tech executives who are taking prominent roles or speaking out loudly in support of some of these illegal actions, it really calls into question our values and who we are. And this council has adopted values that guide our policymaking, but many of these executive orders are in tension with those. So we, Mayor Lowing and I, plan to bring forward at our next meeting, which is in 2 weeks, a colleagues memo. It will be in the packet later this week in support of a resolution that denounces administration actions inconsistent with real Palo Alto values, and it calls for council to consider legal and other actions to protect our residents. And we urge our colleagues that now is the time to speak up and say that what they're seeing in DC is not who we are as Palo Altans, and we want to portray for ourselves who we are. So I'll look for that to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Burt?
Yes, I wanted to follow up on the issue that Shani Kleinhaus raised about this imminent Valley Water meeting that I don't think we were generally aware of. That is on comparatively short notice without a lot of publicity going to redirect funds that were stipulated to come to our shoreline protection project from the 2020 Valley Water ballot measure. And given the short notice that we're receiving, I think rather than us try to scramble on our substantive response, it would be to request a continuation of the item by Valley Water. Tomorrow is their meeting, is that correct?
Yes, we understand they have a hearing and presumably could take action tomorrow.
So given that we don't have this agendized, I think what I do is refer it to, we have both Councilmember Rectal, who is on the Policy Advisory Committee, and Councilmember Stone, who is our San Francisco Creek JPA representative, to be authorized to represent us on this issue. And if the mayor is also so inclined to participate as well.
I would just offer a comment, Mayor, that staff is already working on a letter to the effect that Councilmember Burt just mentioned, really acknowledging or recognizing that we only heard about this action on Friday afternoon, and as such are requesting that they defer any action.
So you can involve Councilmember Rectal and Stone in that?
Well, it's
conversationally?
Straightforward request. Perhaps the follow-up is where the real action will occur.
Does anyone need to be at the hearing?
Certainly wouldn't hurt.
I think it's important.
We'll look for a hand from one of these two, if possible. Okay, support that. Excuse me, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to report out about the church service held at the church I attend, University AME Zion, a historically Black church, been in Palo Alto for 105 years. Pastor Coloma Smith is in charge. I'm reporting out because Pastor Smith invited Rabbi David Booth of Cole Emmett to present the main service for us. I'm sorry, I don't know the official name. I'm such a non-church person. I don't know the actual name of like when they do their thing. But you know what I mean. he preached, is what I will say. And Rabbi David Booth did such a beautiful job of drawing connections between Christians and Jews, between the Jewish community and the Black community. As I sat there in the pew, I was just struck by how necessary it is in this city, in this moment, in this country, that we seek out those opportunities to cross the aisle in so many respects. It was a beautiful example of how connected and close we can be if we make those efforts. And I urge it on all of us to look for those opportunities.
Thank you. I was delighted to make a few remarks at the 15th anniversary of the Rinconada Library on Saturday, and Vice Mayor was there as well. And as they said, as they reminded us, it's called the main library because that's so old. And that's the only thing that's ever been called in my house because my wife grew up here. So that's what we call it too. But it was just so delightful because the basis of my message is it's not just a library, it's a community center. It's where everybody wants to be. It was really missed in the pandemic. And to show that it's a community center, there were about 100 and some people, mostly kids, watching the balloon lady in the room next door. And they had the good judgment to go and be excited about that instead of my speech, which came after that. But the kinds of events that happen there are just illustrative of the fact that our libraries are community centers. It's not taking out a book or getting great information. So it was a privilege to celebrate that 2015 renovation. Any others? Okay. Before we go to the study session, do we have an answer?
We do. We've received votes from all 7 council members and have tabulated the votes for the 1 partial term. And Forrest Olaf Peterson will be seated to the partial term, receiving votes from council members Stone, Lithcott, Hames, Thinker, and Liu.
Okay, thank you. We have a full PTC. Okay, so we're ready for our first action item. Well, it's actually a study session, but our big item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Let's get our staff in place. This is a study session on housing and homelessness in Palo Alto. We'll get the city clerk to assist us with some slides. Terrific, thank you. I'll just kick it off and then hand it off to our staff to proceed. As the council knows, this is a complex issue, so we do want to spend a bit of time walking through the various dimensions of this topic. Clearly, this is an issue that is of great importance to our community, and I would note that typically when we receive communication from community members on this topic, it is often preceded with exclamation that the city's not doing anything on this topic. And what I believe you will hear tonight will clearly point out what the city is doing. This is a very complex and some ways intractable topic, but it is one that we have various parties working very hard at while also acknowledging the significance of the challenge before us. So with that, let me ask Chantal Cotton-Gaines, our Deputy City Manager, to lead off our overview.
Thank you, Ed. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Chantal Cotton-Gaines, Deputy City Manager. This evening, you'll be receiving information from city staff from our City Manager's office, our Police Department, our Attorney's office, as well as our partners from the Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing. We have so many staff on hand to represent all of the city departments that are actively engaged on this topic. So next slide, please.
Just to give you an overview of what we'll be covering today to sort of set some parameters around the discussion information. We'll have Ms. McDonough as well as Ms. Armstrong next to me going through our current efforts on unhoused services in Palo Alto. So that has to do with some of the services that we provide and some of the efforts that are going forward. Then we'll have our police chief, Andrew Bender, as well as Molly Stump from our city attorney's office that are going to talk about our response and enforcement efforts, our current efforts, as well as the law changes. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and we would like to at least make sure that we're able to explain some of the changes that happen with grants passed, as well as the governor's executive order. Next, we'll go into engagement and next steps and the implementation plan. As we leave the discussion today, we're really hoping that we have some feedback from the council so that we can move forward and really do some inclusive engagement with our community on setting the implementation plan as our next steps for a city as a whole. And lastly, we sort of just clustered together a couple of the topics that are covered in the staff report and the presentation today to guide our discussion. And that's the 3 bullet points that you see here, focused on homelessness prevention programs and housing production, thinking about homelessness support services, as well as enforcement efforts related to health and safety. Next slide. I'll actually breeze over these 2. These are the recommendations as you saw them in the staff report. So I won't read them to you. We just wanted to make sure that this information was elevated for you this evening, but it aligns with what I just went over. The next slide. Same thing, those same bullet points. So our hope after the study session today is that we are able to advance the engagement efforts that we described to you. And if there is interest, we can send any topics through the Policy and Services Committee or come back to the full council. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. McDonough, followed by Ms. Armstrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This update will include an overview of demographics and the system of care, as well as some highlights of what we've done recently and what we learned from the gap analysis. Next slide. There's 2 ways we typically get data on people experiencing homelessness. One is through a single day count known as the PIT, or a point in time count. Our most recent one was just 2 weeks ago. We should be getting data from that in the late spring. In the meantime, we know from the 2023 PIT count that our unhoused population is different than that countywide. More unhoused Palo Altans are also unsheltered, and many more Palo Altans are living in vehicles compared to countywide. Next slide. Besides the PIT count, we also get data from assessments people take when accepting services. This infographic shows some of that richer data about people experiencing homelessness in Palo Alto. If you'd like to learn more, I encourage you to review the full report, which, besides some sobering data, pulls from interviews illustrating what it's like to be unhoused in our community. This report accompanied the gap analysis as part of the info item in December. All of this data is managed through the county, which provides the overall system of care. Hillary Armstrong, the Deputy Director of Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing, will give us a high-level understanding of how that works. Next slide.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me here today. I am going to give you a brief overview, high level of the data we have countywide, as well as some high level overviews of our system of care. Next slide, please. So everything that we do countywide with regard to homelessness is grounded in our community plan, which is really our North Star and how we approach this really intractable and complex problem. And I just wanted to flag for all of the council members that this community plan is rooted in these 3 core strategies that are on the slide in front of you. You may also note that this community plan ends in 2025. And so we are going to be launching the community plan process for the next 5 years, probably sometime in the late spring as well. And we'll be reaching out to all of you for outreach and help gathering data and reaching all of the stakeholders with whom you work. Next slide, please. We wanted to share where we stand with our progress on these community plan goals, again, for the last 5-year community plan. And we're currently, as of the end of December, at 87% of our countywide goal of housing 20,000 people by the end of 2025. However, we still struggle with what we refer to as inflow, which is the number of households that are experiencing homelessness for the first time. And we have still seen a large number of households experiencing homelessness for the first time, and to greater degree than we are able to house folks. Next slide, please. We wanted to share this detailed slide so you can see how closely we are tracking our progress month by month. So the details on the left are the countywide data for folks who are placed into housing with the green bar. And then the 3 colorful bars are the folks who go through our coordinated entry assessment for the first time. And that is one of the ways, like Ms. McDonough said, that we measure inflow into homelessness. So you can see that month by month, although we are housing 100 to 200 households, we have more folks who are coming into our system. On the right, we ran the same number for Palo Alto households, just to show you how it looks. And for calendar year 2024, we had 65 households that were placed into housing, but 127 who sought our assistance for the first time. Next slide, please. This slide provides a very detailed overview of the supportive housing system, but we want you to have this for reference. I'm not going to read every square, but we wanted to share just the overall structure of our system. And on the next few slides, I'll walk you through high level. Next slide, please. Our homelessness prevention system is a very unique to Santa Clara County that was piloted in 2017 and has grown to serve nearly 2,500 households every year. And this is rooted in the idea that preventing homelessness is a lot better all around than trying to resolve homelessness. So we try to get upstream and help individuals and families who are about to lose their housing and help them remain housed. So we do this through a combination of flexible rental assistance and other financial assistance, case management, and legal representation. I could talk about this all night, but I won't. But there's a lot more information available through our website on the successes of this program, including the first randomized controlled trial of a homelessness prevention program that was conducted with the University of Notre Dame and showed really the success of this model. Next slide, please. One of the huge issue areas is how folks can access temporary housing. And one silver lining of the COVID pandemic was that we worked with all of our partners countywide to centralize how folks can access temporary housing. Prior to that, folks had to go kind of individually on their own to either call or go to shelters to find out if they had capacity. Now we have a centralized call center that's open 7 days per week that has centralized information about the availability of shelter and manages the wait lists for folks who do call in. However, I think as all of us know, there just are not enough shelter resources in our community for almost every subpopulation. So we continue to work with our community to try to increase those resources. And we also offer housing problem solving to try to resolve homelessness for folks through some potentially creative solutions while they wait to see if there are any shelter beds available. Next slide. And finally, our permanent housing programs are accessed through coordinated entry, which is only necessary because there are not enough permanent housing resources in our community for those who need it. And this is an area that we continue to advocate for on every level. But the coordinated entry system does act as a front door to that, to our housing resources in the community. It helps match folks with the housing intervention that meets their needs. And so 2 of the main permanent housing programs that you may have heard of are rapid rehousing, which provides a time-limited subsidy for folks who may have more situational components to their homelessness. They may have experienced a job loss or a medical issue or other disruption to their ability to earn income and maintain their housing, but they need assistance for a few years and then hopefully get back on their feet. The other model that we have is permanent supportive housing, and this is aimed toward folks who are more experiencing chronic, kind of continual episodes of homelessness, often tied to either disabilities, substance use disorder, or other kind of complicating factors that impact their ability to earn income and maintain housing. And these programs, whether they're located in scattered rental sites or in some of our developments, include intensive case management and connections with medical and behavioral health services, in addition to an ongoing subsidy for as long as that household needs the subsidy and is eligible. And I'm happy at the end to answer any questions, but that concludes my portion.
Thank you, Hillary. Next slide, please. As the city continues to increase its resources and level of effort on this complex topic, we see other communities near and far grappling with the same concerns. Last year, at both the national and state level, homelessness counts were the highest on record. In December, you received a gap analysis that looked at the work we do, what the county is doing, and identifying any gaps or opportunities. Next slide. The gap analysis identified mismatches between demand and availability. For example, in this chart, the bottom row shows unhoused Palo Altans who were in the queue for specific types of housing. The top row shows what Palo Alto has in the pipeline in those categories. Please note, staff is not assuming there should be parity between forthcoming units and the exact needs of the unhoused, but the differences are noteworthy. Next slide. Here, the top two rows show the number of affordable units that are entitled or proposed at each income level in Palo Alto. On the bottom row, we see current Palo Altans who are cost burdened, meaning they pay more than 1/3 of their income toward housing costs. Many of these renters would likely be eligible for affordable units should they become available. Again, staff is not assuming there should be parity between forthcoming units and the exact needs of cost burdened renters. Next slide. At a higher level, the gap analysis report noted some areas, but not every possible area the city could explore, as summarized here, including establishing a hotel voucher program or converting hotels into shelters, providing homelessness prevention funding, pursuing additional affordable housing funding, adding programs to require or incentivize affordable housing, and establishing a housing stability team. While we explore solutions to meet the needs of those experiencing homelessness or on the verge of experiencing homelessness, we also know that the city has a responsibility for public health and safety, and sometimes needs to take enforcement actions related to conduct. I'm going to hand over the presentation to my colleague, Police Chief Andrew Binder and City Attorney Molly Stump to discuss enforcement related to conduct and behaviors sometimes associated with homelessness.
Next slide, please. All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Andrew Binder, Police Chief. On a daily basis, the police department responds to calls for service involving members of our unhoused community and/or receives public complaints associated with vehicle movement and parking regulations. Additionally, our special problems detail patrol officers and community service officers proactively patrol areas of concern, which include our garages, parking lots, commercial districts, and community parks. Often, the behavior being reported does not involve law violations, and the proactive contacts being made does not result in enforcement action being taken. But when we are called out for behavior that is a violation, officers will take appropriate enforcement action, which can include warnings, citations, arrests, and the citing and towing of vehicles. The overwhelming majority of actions taken by officers involves non-custodial arrests in which a subject is issued a citation and then released at the scene. Subjects who are physically arrested and booked into the county jail are often released within hours and returned back to our community. I'd like to close from this slide by encouraging the public to continue to call the police department with their concerns, as we will respond. We will also continue our proactive contacts and enforcement efforts, and whether we are responding to a call for service or engaging in self-initiated activity with our unhoused community, we will continue to enforce the law fairly and equitably. And when possible, we will connect those in need with resources, make referrals, and utilize our partnerships and programs like PERT, Trust, MCRT, our homeless outreach, and our homeless outreach team. Because in the long run, connecting people with the right resources makes interaction with law enforcement less likely. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you. City Attorney Molly Stump. Good evening, council members. Just want to briefly mention a few developments that occurred in 2024 in the law related to this unhoused persons that you may have heard about. So the first one, significant, in June of 2024, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision in a case called Grants Pass versus Johnson. And in that case, the court held that enforcing laws prohibiting camping on public property is not cruel and unusual punishment under the 8th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. That order overturned the prior rule that had been in place since 2018 in the Ninth Circuit, which includes California. The Grants Pass decision effectively removed one major constraint on local government's ability to enforce criminal laws regarding health and safety with respect to unhoused persons and conduct that sometimes occurs there. Although there are still legal guardrails in place that impact the work of law enforcement in this area. The second development is that the Governor Newsom, 1 month after the Grants Pass decision, issued an executive order. It instructed state agencies under the governor's direct control to begin removing encampments on state property, consistent with state policies on notice, handling of property, and connecting with services, and prioritizing encampments that present an imminent threat to life, health, safety, and public infrastructure. The governor urged cities and counties to do similarly, but the governor's order is not binding on cities like Palo Alto. The third development is in the last month of 2024, Santa Clara County initiated rollout of a state program called Care Court that you may have heard about. It's a set of procedures and resources for individuals suffering from certain acute psychiatric diagnoses and meeting other stringent criteria. Ms. Armstrong from the county can speak more to this program if there's interest. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you, Molly. To effectively address homelessness in Palo Alto, we need a clear, structured approach. A comprehensive engagement effort can guide city council decision-making, ensuring strategies reflect community priorities. By gathering input from diverse stakeholders, including residents, businesses, service providers, and people with lived experience, we can develop an implementation plan informed by a range of perspectives. Inclusive engagement is key to building trust, securing buy-in, and ensuring the plan is responsive to community needs. Next slide. In doing this work, reading the literature and talking to colleagues around the United States, we've learned the importance of engagement to developing a strategy that meets our specific community's needs, values, and expectations. The engagement we're envisioning would include intentional conversations with key stakeholders, information sharing about what the city is doing, gathering ideas and partnerships, and leveraging the related expertise of the HRC. Next slide.
Okay, and to round us out this evening, thank you for going on this journey with us of all the information that we're sharing. So next slide. We just wanted to elevate again the 4 topics, if that helps the council in asking some of the questions that you may want to engage in on this larger subject. So those 4 bullet points are in front of you: homelessness prevention programs, housing production, homelessness support services, as well as enforcement efforts related to health and safety. Our hope again after the study session today is we'll be able to advance the engagement strategies as Ms. McDonough spoke of, as well as any follow-up discussions that the city council would like to have, with the intent of us being able to have an implementation plan with council later in the year. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Can we set up public comment?
We currently have 7 requests to speak.
Okay, we can go with 3 minutes on that.
Our first speaker is John B.
Good evening, council members. My name is John Barton. I'm the board chair of a community working group. I'm also on the board of Abode Housing Development. I'm a former council member, set up there for 4 years, about 15 years ago. I'm going to tell you 3 truths about homelessness. Number one, we're all one event away from being homeless. Almost all of us are. There's a few of us, maybe Mr. Musk isn't, but everybody else is one divorce, one economic catastrophe, one health problem away from being homeless. Number 2, it's a local, regional, federal, and state policy failure that we have homelessness to this extent. And I don't say that with criticism to you all. I know how hard it is having sat up there to deal with this problem, but it's a complex, incredibly complex problem, but it's a policy failure nonetheless. Last truth is it's almost always cheaper to house somebody than it is to treat them on the street, to take them to jail, to take them to emergency care. Getting them house and services is almost invariably cheaper than leaving them on the street. So I encourage you guys to be as proactive as you possibly can be at the local level around homelessness. 20 years ago, we built the Opportunity Center, and we've worked with the police department and others to help with the issue, but it's become more complex over time and more difficult even so. And I would just add lastly that I'm part of a group led by the wonderful Megan Sweezy Fogarty that is willing to work with the city at any time on direct action on the homelessness issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew N., followed by Dale C.
Hello, my name is Drew Navarro. I am with Peninsula Healthcare Connection. I am the Associate Director of Clinic and Clinic Programs at PHC. Before I begin, Vice Mayor, thank you for recognizing the need to support the Latino, Latinx communities of Palo Alto. I have been a resident of Palo Alto for nearly 25 years, and this is the first time that I have felt my community represented in Palo Alto. Thank you. Thank you to the city and to the City Council. Peninsula Healthcare Connection has deep roots and experience working with our unhoused and at-risk communities. As discussed this evening, housing is not a luxury for our unhoused community. It is a fundamental necessity. Some of our unhoused community members have lived in Palo Alto for many years, contributing to the fabric of the city like any other resident. When we talk about community, values, and family, we should step back and remember that home is not measured by the size of a wallet, but by the dignity and humanity of the person in front of us. When our community needs to ask for help, PHC is there. Thanks to the city and city council, our navigation and outreach team provides vital access to mental health, physical health, nutrition, and psychosocial support and services. Recently, we have seen an increase in service requests, specifically in the undocumented and immigrant unhoused individuals, as well as those struggling with substance use. We firmly believe that addressing barriers to housing access will provide an opportunity for our community members to address their health and social needs without the stressors of being unhoused. PHC looks forward to continuing working with the city and our community partners to make housing a reality for all. Together, we can ensure that every member of our community has the support they need to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all the work you do.
Our next speaker is Dale C., followed by Jennifer D.
Hi, my name is Dale, and I'm the program manager with Downtown Streets team here in Palo Alto. We offer a variety of services in the community, including employment, outreach, volunteer opportunities, and we run the Downtown Food Closet, which serves 1,700 individuals, and it continues to grow. I want to take a moment to thank the city and the community for all the support these past 20 years. Your partnership has been instrumental in assisting dozens of individuals transition out of homelessness and into sustainable housing and employment. Just these past few months, we've seen 13 of our team members transition into sustainable employment, which is huge. I also strongly advocate for continued support in our community for service providers like us who work with low income and unhoused community in transitioning out of homelessness, obtaining resources and tools to do so. Homelessness is not an identity, it is an experience. And thank you for your support.
Thanks very much.
Our next speaker is Jennifer D., followed by Eileen A.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. I am reading a letter on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Palo Alto. The League of Women Voters of Palo Alto agrees with the recommendations of the GAP study. Our comments are based on the state and national league policy, meeting basic human needs, which I believe you already received an email, and our local housing position, which supports actions by the city that improve the diversity of housing opportunities for all economic levels, ages, and ethnicities. Specifically, 1, the city should update its inclusionary ordinance to include rental housing projects. 2, the complex issues of affordable housing deserve to be coordinated in a single city department, as other cities have done, strengthening the current leadership, making it easier to achieve our goals. 3, the city needs to find ways to create a reliable source for funding for producing and preserving affordable housing. Real estate transfer tax, vacancy tax, sales tax, local general obligation bond measure, and a revolving fund for city-led development and public ownership stake based on revenue bonds are some suggestions for financing the development and preservation of affordable housing, given the scarcity of federal and state tax credits, and county and state funds. Continue the use of publicly owned land for affordable projects as well. 4, enforcement mechanisms for renter protections are needed. We suggest a rent review board and tenant right to counsel. We applaud the council's attention to this important issue. Sincerely, the League of Women Voters of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eileen A., followed by Amber S.
Hello, City Council. I'm Reverend Dr. Eileen Altman, Associate Pastor at First Congregational Church of Palo Alto. Many of our faith communities in Palo Alto care deeply about our unhoused neighbors and do what we can to support them in this difficult experience that they're going through, in partnership with some of the service providers that you've heard from this evening, as well as city staff. I know that you get a lot of complaints about some behaviors that you see in unhoused people. I know that partly because as a pastor, sometimes I hear complaints from some of our neighbors when we're providing services to our unhoused neighbors. But by and large, I think most of our residents in this community recognize that these are folks who are struggling in one way or another and are in need of our compassion and care and want to do whatever we can to support them as they are trying to make their way to a more sustainable housed situation. We provide safe parking at our church, as well as the Hotel to Zinc program every year in March. We recognize that these are sort of Band-Aids on what is ultimately what everyone hopes for, which is a home that is safe and permanent and affordable for all of them. So I just want to thank you for supporting all of these efforts and remind you of all of us in this community who really don't complain about our unhoused neighbors, but really just care for them.
Our next speaker is Amber S., followed by Winter D.
Good evening. My name is Amber Stein, and I am the director of Move Mountain View, the Safe Parking Program, which you started in 2021. So I'm here to thank you in part, and then also tell you what an unusual situation you have going on in Palo Alto, because the parking program that we have has a building in it. It used to be a firehouse, and now it is converted into a shower facility, laundry facility. We have a clothes closet as well as a food bank there. The school transportation comes and picks up the children to go to school, and sometimes also the medical van is available to our clients. This is a good thing that's going on in the city, and I would encourage you to continue to look at situations or settings of this nature because it's small, but yet very effective, and we give a very compassionate and one-on-one service to people. We meet them where they're at and with the hopes that we place them into housing. Since the safe parking was open at Ginge, we have placed 58 families. It doesn't seem like a lot when you take a look at it in terms of it was in 2021 that we opened the parking place. But it's a lot when you think about the amount of step and process that it takes to find housing. And also, you know how short this housing situation is. That's a really great accomplishment. And I would urge you to continue to think about the seniors that are in our community. They are the ones that we cannot put them at a Job Corps to get more training and be able to earn more income. They're on fixed incomes. These are people that have worked in this community, their rent is too high, and their income is too small. So therefore, they are in their cars. I have an 80-year-old woman that is living in her car, and she has lived in Palo Alto or Mountain View throughout her life. And now she is at this age, not knowing where she's going to go. And she bothers me every night when I go home in terms of when the weather is changing, et cetera, that no human being, especially at 80 years old, should be sleeping in her or his car. So I ask you again to consider senior housing while you're looking at this situation, as well as another parking space. If you can give us another one with the building, just like Ginge, that would be a wonderful venture. But I also want to thank you that this is a most unusual program because we have parking lots in Mountain View and other cities, but this one it tops it all. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
Hi, Winter Dellenbach. I have a couple of comments and a few questions. First, I'd like to really say that I appreciate the attitude, commitment, and comments of John Barton and Pastor Altman. I would appreciate it if one of you folks would do a little follow-up, probably with Chief Bender on, he mentioned PERT, but I'm not aware that PERT is functioning, that we would need a county clinician to be writing with our police officers, and I thought that that wasn't happening. A wonderful program to provide services to not only, but including folks that don't have a home. If you could ask about the PERT program. I would also, it'd be interesting to find out how useful, if any of these folks know how trust and MCRT, other programs of intervention on wheels for folks, including without homes. Next, I have a question about Prop 36, which was passed in, I believe it was November. I certainly opposed it. I would like to know if it has taken effect yet. Now it's early days, I understand that, but how will it be acted on in our city, and how? Prop 36. which targets, among others, the homeless folks. And then finally, I'm very concerned about the Trump administration will do with federal housing funding. When Ronald Reagan became president, one of the very first things he did was make extremely severe cuts in federal housing programs and funding, and including terrible cuts in Section 8 vouchers and sites, and the homelessness started to respond almost immediately and go up. So that's a couple of concerns, but I'd like to know about PERT and the trust program from Chief Bender, and any thoughts about Prop 36? Thank you.
And our final speaker is Carly L.
Hi, council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight and having this forum to get commentary from members of the community. I am coming to the council on behalf of my company for, and from an economic standpoint, we are a real estate developer, owner, operator, and developer of life science properties in the area. We have completed significant renovations to bolster up buildings that are now Class A life science, ready for Class A life science use. We are committed to Palo Alto and one of the industries that underscores the economy there. However, we've been faced with a really difficult situation at many of our properties where RVs and unhoused and long-term parking have posed significant challenges to us, to the point of, completely derailing the feasibility of our projects and threatening kind of our tenants and, many, many issues that we're seeing in the area. Some of that includes public laundering, nudity, other children living in RVs. We weren't able to share photos of that tonight, but there's, damage to our properties, trash left on the sidewalks, to the point where many of our tenants are no longer able to use the buildings. We are adjacent to this water treatment plant. So City of Palo Alto employees themselves have come to us asking for, assistance, what we're able to do. And we certainly feel at a loss. This is understandably a difficult situation. It's not good from an economic standpoint. And it's also a very sensitive situation for those that are, unhoused or living in the RVs. Unfortunately, it feels like there is an abuse of the law at the moment, given they do have the right to park for 72 hours. That is not what's happening in this instance. And I would urge the council to focus on a solution that is both beneficial for the long-term economic picture of Palo Alto, but also allows, the residents that are in these RVs to have a solution that's safe and, hopefully a better situation. So the Move Mountain View is an interesting program. We've spoken with many city council and city manager office members that are focused on additional RV parking stalls, and we would encourage, focus on that, an ability to provide solutions that do not impact the economic long-term feasibility of City of Palo Alto as well.
And that concludes public comment on agenda item 3.
Okay, thank you very much. We bring it back to council for comments. I don't think this is easy to break up into sections, so we'll just let council members roll on any part of this they want to discuss. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Ms. McDonough, Ms. Cotton Gaines, Ms. Armstrong, Chief Bender. I've left City Attorney Molly Stump. We've had a lot of people speak tonight, so if I didn't mention your name, I'm still grateful for you. This was a very comprehensive presentation, and I know we're having a very important conversation. I'm just going to ask a few technical questions here in the opening round. Ms. McDonough, I want to turn to your table 1 on the staff report. I think it was also, sorry, in your staff presentation. also in the staff report. I want to understand where our project home key is on either table 1 or table 2. Under forthcoming units or entitled units, I'm wondering if project home key is featured in these charts.
Yes, so I will start this one off, and this is on slide 17, just in case anyone was wondering, under rapid rehousing versus permanent supportive housing, correct? Councilmember? Is that the table you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be, Ms. McDonough, is that counted as rapid rehousing?
Don't know the answer to that. We'd have to ask Robert. He pulls
Okay.
together those numbers.
We will double check with staff that's here to find out exactly if that's under rapid rehousing, but it is certainly not the other one of permanent supportive housing. So we'll check with
Okay.
staff.
I'm guessing it's not because there's a different category called what is it? City manager.
That is not the rapid rehousing project.
Okay, so our project home key with 88 units is not on the list of rapid rehousing because it's not that, or permanent supportive housing. Is it then on table 2 under entitled units for extremely low income people? It's not on there either?
Council member, so the home key project is considered temporary, a shelter. It's an interim shelter, whereas those 2 tables are housing where you would live presumably long-term and not be looking for a future option.
Got it. I do think that in this report, it would be helpful to also include those 88 units. And I think we're expecting 170 people to be supported. It helps fill in the gaps of a very complicated picture with a lot of variables. So as we continue to have this conversation, I think we'd all feel good, which is a necessary but not sufficient component of this, to know that what we have already approved is showing up in the reports. Does that make sense? Okay. My next question is on table 2. I'm feeling like we have kind of an apples to oranges comparison, and I want to better understand it. I'm seeing that when you look at entitled units, for example, under extremely low income, entitled units 46, proposed units not yet entitled 3, which is a total of 49. And then the final row says cost burden renters in that same income bracket of 1,400 people. It just looks like, you know, we're not remotely close to meeting the need, and we're probably not. But when we're comparing units to renters, we're comparing a home with an individual. And so when I get closer, say the third column, low income, 49 plus 408 is 457 units proposed or entitled. The number of cost burden renters in that category is 915. That's where we have maybe 915 people needing to get into 457 units. If you can have 2 people in a unit, you've solved that category. So I'd love to know if we are, when we're looking at units, do we have any idea of the number of bedrooms offered by those entitled or proposed units? When we say cost burden renters, are we talking individuals or families?
I will ask Aaron to come up from Good Cities. They are the ones that prepared the gap analysis report, and he can address that initially, and then our planning staff can follow up if needed.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Aaron Ackman with Good City Company. I think that is a good point, as this is looking at individuals versus units. So I would have to take a moment to do a math calculation of what the bedroom counts are on the upcoming units, and then compare that to the number of residents who would live in those units.
I appreciate that. I love the fact that these data are here. I just want us, if we're going to be relying on them and pointing our fingers at them, we need to have confidence that they're accurate. So I look forward to seeing that revision. Okay, I have a couple more questions that are technical. Should I wait, Mayor, or keep going?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Armstrong, the Here For You call center sounds amazing. How many people, you alluded to, when they call the Here For You call center looking for shelter, they are told about a wait list. And I'd like to know how many people are on the wait list in the county, and how long does a person stay on the wait list for shelter in our county?
Thank you for that question, council member. I'll get a current number from our team. It may be tomorrow. I'll see if anyone's online now. And it does vary. We have a family wait list and a singles wait list. I know that it can be up to a few hundred in each. And so again, that is not what we want to see. And I know that the average wait time could be around 2 to 3 months. But again, I'll try to check those with our team.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask Chief Bender to answer my next question. It is about what we've heard from members of the public that are concerned about unhoused people outside their residence or out in their carport or outside their business. Members of the public have said in recent public comment sessions that police officers will tell them, this is Palo Alto, we can't do anything. I'm not here to say whether that is in fact being said. I'm interested in your take on the type of response you would hope your officers would have in such a circumstance.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're actually, I'm familiar with those comments. We actually had the opportunity to relook at the body worn camera associated with those interactions. None of that was said on the body worn camera. Sometimes members, I have to acknowledge that members of the community or the public may be frustrated because police department doesn't take the type of enforcement action that they would like. But the reality is, like I had shared before, that we're going to enforce the law equitably and fairly, and that there's always something we can do, whether that be a referral of services, answer questions. Sometimes we have to tell a member of the community, this isn't a law violation, and so this isn't a police matter. That doesn't absolve us from not doing anything.
Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Councilmember Stone.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess this would be a question for our county partner regarding the county shelter referral program. I know it states there's a local preference, and so units of the Palo Alto home key site should go to those connected to Palo Alto first before other residents in North County. I've been hearing, and I don't know if this is a rumor or not, that because the Sunnyvale shelter has now switched over from accommodating single residents to only being families, that the county was going to redirect some of those single residents to the Palo Alto home key, and that was a significant amount that would reduce the capacity for Palo Alto unhoused residents. So can you speak to that?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Stone. There's a couple of factors involved, but you are correct that the county-operated shelter at Hamlin Court in Sunnyvale did transition to serving families. And as part of that conversation with our Board of Supervisors around the needs of unhoused single adults and, childless adults in North County, the capacity that's coming online through Palo Alto Home Key is one potential placement for those folks. I think in reality, given the timing, most of those folks who were going to be housed or were housed at the Sunnyvale shelter have been placed in other shelter for singles throughout our system. That said, the way that the preference will work, to my understanding, is in the opening period of the shelter. So again, because this all happens in real time with who's on the wait list, there will be a time for direct referrals from Palo Alto organizations, and the Here For You hotline will direct folks to who are Palo Alto affiliated. However, to keep kind of operations going, and because all of our resources that the county also coordinates are really countywide, and being unhoused doesn't know city boundaries, nor does it know county boundaries. In reality, the folks on the shelter hotline are working with the callers to try to place them where their communities are, understanding that folks have families, a lot of our folks are employed, and we want to keep folks as close to their community of origin as possible. So if there's a Palo Alto affiliated resident who calls in for assistance, that's currently noted, and they would be
trying to match them with a resource as close as possible. So if that makes sense, there's a period when the shelter is opening in which that specific preference can kind of be more easily put through because those beds are available and open. And then as beds turn over, it turns into the shelter staff working, the hotline staff working directly with callers to try to match them with their geographic preferences.
Okay, so it seems like when it opens, the first preference will go to Palo Alto residents, those connected to Palo Alto. Then if there was excess supply there, then it kind of opens up to more North County residents.
Exactly. And kind of as different shelters open that do have that sort of geographic tie, it's, there's kind of the first 30 days or so as we're filling it. And then after that, it becomes the more dynamic placement process through the Here For You hotline.
So, and thank you for that. And does staff have a plan? I mean, I think if we're going to take advantage of that window, does staff have a plan to be able to really work on that outreach to make sure that we are finding those residents of Palo Alto who really need those services? I know it was kind of my understanding, I think the hopes of the council at the time for sure, that this would be that we would have a Palo Alto focus, completely understanding that we would have regional collaboration. And I think that's the desire, but of course, to be able to have that Palo Alto preference first. So what's our outreach plans there?
Yes, one of our main focus is to make sure it's both. So we are spending a lot of time on that right now. But the work that Ms. Minka Vanderswag does in connection with our community services providers will provide us an opportunity to be able to share information as the shelter is coming closer to being online. I think the other piece I wanted to offer is that because we don't have a shelter right now, that we benefit from the coordinated entry system with being able to send currently Palo Alto people to some of the other shelters nearby. And so I think in that regard, it's also recognizing that the shelter bed situation varies day by day, as Ms. Armstrong referenced, and we would just want to keep in mind that our intention is if the moment comes and there are two people that obviously, as Ms. Armstrong said, that have a interest in a shelter bed at one time and one has a Palo Alto affiliation, that person would be pulled here as the shelter goes on. So that initial period is really important in working with our existing community partners, but also as we continue down the line, making sure we continue to work closely with the county.
Great, thank you. Ms. Mayor, we're going to do another round, then I can hold off questions for, okay,
definitely.
great, thank
Definitely. Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you. Really appreciate this in-depth report, and also really appreciate the public speakers who are here tonight, many of whom do such good work themselves to help the city in its effort to deal with those experiencing homelessness. So thank you for being here and what you do every day. Again, hard to know where to start, but let me just start with what I think is a simple question, and then I'll get to a tougher one. To our county representative, the status of PERT came up. I'd love to just hear a quick status report on that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Vinker, and it's wonderful to see you.
Nice to see you.
As I understand, and I do not represent Behavioral Health Services Department, so I just want to put that out there. Their PERT is set up currently with the unincorporated county through the Office of the Sheriff and in the city of Santa Clara. So I can double check that. However, the mobile crisis response team is that the mobile crisis response team is countywide.
Okay. Chief Bender.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Going back a little bit, if the community recalls back in going back to 2015, then Chief Burns actually had the wisdom and fortitude to sign up and get on the list for a PERT officer. And so Palo Alto was the recipient of a test program with Behavioral Health Services in which we had a clinician for a while. And unfortunately, in October of 2022, that clinician decided to leave through reasons not associated with the department or Behavioral Health Services. And so since then, we've been without a county clinician. With that said, we felt very strongly about the PERT position and strength of that program. And so we've kept the PERT officer in I'll call it our org chart through various forms. And as of late last month, we had communication with Behavioral Health Services. Unfortunately, they told us that the hiring of a PERT clinician is on hold due to some reorganization. But if you remember, in this current fiscal budget, we set money aside to pay for that clinician. The value in having a clinician through Santa Clara County is that they have access to data, records that the officer would not have because they're an employee of the county. And so we eagerly anticipate and wait for the county to hire that clinician so we can then partner them back up with our PERT officer.
So the bottom line is that the county position is open because of some kind of reorg. It's not a budget freeze as far as we know, or I'm just.
I don't want to speak to the county's reasoning. I'm just telling, I'm sharing with what we were told.
All right, well, I'm just trying to figure out who we need to lean on to get someone who can support.
We're standing by and ready to receive that clinician. We have the money and the position.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. So the question that I think is a little tougher relates to the fact that none of us want to criminalize homelessness. As a staff report makes clear, criminal behavior and experiencing homelessness are separate issues. Sometimes they're coincident. Behavioral health issues are separate as well. Sometimes they too may be coincident, but each of those creates different needs. And a person might have 1, 2, or 3 of those going on. And so obviously our solutions have to recognize that. And so I really took note of a theme throughout the presentation and the staff report that we just have no permanent supportive housing. And nor do we have any in the pipeline. And, when you look at the table that my colleague was pointing out earlier, and, there's just 0 units and 120 people waiting. I appreciate it's a heavy lift, but could we speak to what would be the best way to try to do that lift, and what happens if we don't? Tough question.
Well, that's a really big question, Vice Mayor, but I'll try and take it in a couple of parts, and I'll look to my planning colleagues as well. So for permanent supportive housing, we do have things that exist, but they're full, or very rarely is there a vacancy. They're more difficult to build. They're more expensive. The ultimate issue, if we don't have adequate permanent supportive housing, is that we don't have a means of people exiting those shelters. And so then the shelters at some point don't have a means of accepting the inflow. So it becomes increasingly problematic. But I'm wondering if either someone from planning or someone from the county would like to speak to what the outlook for permanent supportive housing looks like in our area.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak on behalf of the county. And what I will say is that we in our county fortunately have voters who approved the 2016 Measure A affordable housing bond back in 2016. And that housing bond has proven highly successful. We have now 57 projects that have been either constructed or approved for funding and are under construction or are in the pipeline, just kind of applying for tax credits and stacking up all their financing. And while the developments in Palo Alto, we have 3001 El Camino with Charities Housing that is receiving housing bond funding, and that is for those rapid rehousing units that have been identified. It's also 100% affordable housing, so all of the 127 units will be affordable. We also have one operational and one under construction, Wilton Court and Mitchell Park Place, using funds for intellectually and developmentally disabled community members, which is a really unique partnership, as well as mixed income educator housing at 231 Grant Avenue. So I think there's a broader picture of this housing development, and of course there's general affordable housing development. That said, and many of these pipeline projects are nearby. There are several in Mountain View. We have a partnership with the Valley Transportation Authority to produce transit-oriented development at various light rail and other transit stations throughout the county. So I think, again, looking at kind of the bigger picture, there are more units coming online. But that said, we did have Regional Measure 4, sometimes referred to as the BAFA Bay Area Affordable Housing Bond, that was removed from the ballot in the fall, along with the failure of the measure to reduce the threshold. So it's a tough climate going forward. But I will say, for the council's awareness, we have a number of projects in the pipeline at various affordability levels and family sizes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We also have our housing planner, Robert, on the line that I think he can speak to our existing permanent supportive housing.
Thank you. And I realize I misspoke when I said we didn't have any. It was none permanent supportive housing in development. So thank you.
And yes, I was just going to clarify on page 17 of the gap analysis, it does note that there are 196 units currently existing in Palo Alto that could be described as permanent supportive housing, but were built prior to that term kind of being standardized. So there are units that are where services are provided for residents currently in the city, but it was just kind of, those were built largely before the formalization of the term permanent supportive housing.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll wrap on this point because of time, but it seems it's also, there's some things caught up in definitions, because as you're describing, there's a mosaic of housing available. And I'm just trying to figure out what we, more specifically about that gap, because it's troubling when we read about the permanent supporting housing need and lack of things in the pipeline. But thank you for clearing that up.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. And thank you to the public commenters as well. Just some technical or contextual questions from me for the first round. I'd appreciate any context on programs that try to reconnect unhoused individuals with their families. This could look like mediation with estranged relatives locally, or it could include transportation to other places like what San Jose or San Francisco offer. So is there any comment on what types of those programs exist?
Thank you. We were checking with a couple of our staff members. Ms. Vanderswag from the Community Services Department can speak to some of those programs, especially through our community partners.
Yeah, I was hoping that one of our community partners was online to directly address it. I'm looking at some others in the back if they know a specific program regarding that. So I know that when members of the public who are experiencing homelessness go to the Opportunity Center, they will look at assessing their needs and see if they are able to help with transportation needs in certain circumstances. It's not a regular program, but I know that they try to be able to do that reunification if possible. I would always also say that we recently completed the pit count, and during the pit count, there was an option for those that helped with the pit count for a person that completed it to say, are you interested in getting connected with your family members in another location? And then they could connect the name of that person with that specific need. So it's my hope that the contractor completing the pit count will get that information back to either folks in the county or local folks that could help with that aspect.
Thank you for sharing that context, and that will definitely be an interesting data point. And yes,
Okay.
Ms. Armstrong.
And apologies, thank you for that question, Councilmember Liu. And in addition to those resources, I wanted to flag for the council that the Here For You hotline housing problem solving program can also provide resources for folks who identify, a quicker way to resolve their homelessness and say, hey, I just need to be able to get to X, Y, or Z location where I have family who are ready to take me in. And sometimes I think the staff who are trained in housing problem solving can help work those situations out.
Thank you. In the packet, there's a discussion about traffic enforcement and parking enforcement. And it specifically calls out that if we were interested in, we could take more discussion to the Policy and Services Committee. And there were a few terms referenced in like example ordinances. One was prohibiting the renting of public parking spaces. I don't actually know what that means or have any context on that, so I'm just curious. It's packet page 89, if that's helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Lou. City Attorney Molly Stump. So it's come to staff's attention that there may be people who are purporting to offer RVs for rent that are parked on the public streets in Palo Alto. And there are a number of existing state and local laws that staff can use to respond to that behavior, but we don't currently have an explicit prohibition on purporting to rent a space on a public road, which I would imagine the council would find to be not acceptable behavior. Those spaces are intended to be temporary parking for people who need them, who live, work, visit in our communities, and not to be a source of revenue generation for any private person. So that if council is interested, that is something that we could address. I think we would need to work on some of the details. And so we would suggest that policy and services would be a good place to explore that.
That seems potentially incredibly exploitative, and I would be supportive of more discussion in policy and services. On the packet as well, there's a discussion of the previous usage of motels as temporary housing in Palo Alto, or at least one motel in El Camino, presumably during the pandemic. Can someone give more context on what that location was, how it happened, when it ended, potentially how it was funded, though presumably it was just funded through COVID-related funding? Any context would be appreciated.
We may have to follow up with you on the specifics of the location, but off the top of my mind, I believe that one was a COVID-specific program because at the time, the congregate shelters were not necessarily something that we wanted to do given the spread of COVID. And so we'll get some more information for you from there.
Thank you. Those were my questions. I can come back for comments.
Okay, good. Councilmember Rectal.
So are citations or the non-custodial arrests, are they effective at all? Or is it just a futile merry-go-round, or does that actually get them into the system and get help?
Chief Bender will address that question.
I think it depends on your definition of effective. You know, if there's behavior that's in the moment, acute, citation addresses that behavior that's unlawful. We do find that often we're issuing multiple citations. And again, as I shared before, we cite, it's a non-custodial arrest, which means we issue them that citation and then they're released.
And so if someone's doing some behavior that we don't like and you release them, do they come back and do that again, or does that break the cycle?
No, it really depends. And again, it's behavior that's illegal that we're going to address and issue those citations. It really depends on the individual.
Okay. So one big common complaint is that vehicle dwellers dump garbage or dump sewage. Do we have any programs that if you're in an RV and your sewage tank is full, that you can go somewhere and dump it legally? Or if you have garbage?
I don't believe I can. I'd have to defer to someone else to answer for that.
I can speak to that. Thank you. Right now in our region, there is only one pump out station. It's on private property in Redwood City. So there is not a pump out facility. Our staff has been looking into this to see what kind of options there might be if we were to pursue something.
Okay. I would think there'd be demand for that. There's so many RVs when you drive around town, and I would think that a lot of those have working sewage systems.
You might think so, and certainly worth exploring. I would share that just last week I was at a city managers conference in Southern California. And it was noted that one city that has been very active tried it and found that RV dwellers were not interested in using it. And it would be pure speculation as to why that would be, but it does occur that in order to participate in that, the vehicle would need to go to this designated location, therefore presumably be identifiable and, again, kind of setting up the individual in the household to be tracked and identified for further prosecution, as the case may be.
Okay, so they just want to stay off the grid. But what about garbage? That's another complaint, that they dump garbage. If someone has garbage in their vehicle dweller with his car or an RV, is there some place that they can bring it to the city and dump it legally?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And what about outreach? If they have an engine that's not working or a leak in the roof, do we have outreach that can address that?
That I have some good news to report on. A couple pieces of good news. My colleague Minka through Human Services has an emerging needs fund. There also, I believe, was a one-time donation from maybe it was the Palo Alto Community Foundation to the Opportunity Center, where there's some small funds available for folks if maybe all they need is, a change of tire or to get registration or to get some small thing. And so there is a pot of money for that.
Okay. And does the Opportunity Center provide services for vehicle dwellers, or is it mostly just the unhoused?
The Opportunity Center has a variety of services that are housed there. So our outreach team deploys from the Opportunity Center, and our outreach team conducts outreach to all people who are unhoused in Palo Alto, including vehicle dwellers. Peninsula Healthcare Connection, who you heard Andrew Navarro earlier this evening, they conduct a lot of outreach related to mobile healthcare out to the RV community, as well as operating a clinic at the Opportunity Center. So there is some overlap.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt. Thank you. So first, I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' questions on slide 18 in the presentation there. And one there was the question, well, on the header it says that it's not inclusive of permanent supportive housing in development. And the staff report had also said that we didn't have any, and that was said tonight. But the Metro Park Place, which is supportive housing for mentally and physically, intellectually disabled adults, why is that not considered permanent supportive housing? Are you using a narrower definition?
Mr. Ackman will come to speak to that. And if we need follow-up, then Mr. Robert Fain in planning. Oh, okay, and I'm also being told Robert. So.
I think Robert from planning would be best able to answer that, the details of that one development. If he's still online.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yes, I can confirm. So those units, and I think maybe the county might be able to speak to the definition for permanent supportive housing and more eloquently than I can. But for Metro Park Place in particular, those units, 50% of the units at Metro Park Place will be for special needs households, which is separate from permanent supportive housing that is more typically serving unhoused residents.
Thank you, Robert. Hillary, did you want to add anything to that?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Burt. I think it goes to the kind of technical World of Homelessness Services definition that is driven by HUD's definitions of homelessness versus kind of the overall concept of supportive housing. So permanent supportive housing, the way that it's defined for this purpose is housing that is for folks who are chronically unhoused and qualify through the coordinated entry process, whereas the supportive housing for the IDD community is homelessness is not a requirement for eligibility. Does that help?
Yeah, so you're using a narrower HUD definition rather than the broader permanent supportive housing definition. Okay. I think it's important that our report should acknowledge those, and I thought it was more than 50% of those units when we approved it, but we can do that as a follow-up. But it goes to a couple things that were left out of the report. One, that is a form of permanent supportive housing. Second, that we didn't even, I couldn't even find the discussion, certainly not in the presentation of the transitional housing that we have, which is a huge investment from this community and nearly or nearing completion. I don't know why we would kind of not more visibly acknowledge the importance of those investments and their status as among 3 projects that are coming to fruition this year. And then under the proposed units, I was also confused because the charities housing project, when we had last seen it, was extremely and very low income, and that's 127 units. And I thought all of those were extremely and very low income, and yet we only show 25 units proposed total. So what's the explanation on that?
If I can take a couple of those things, Mr. Fain would be able to answer the questions on the charities housing project and the timelines for the information included in the report. To the transitional housing piece of it in Home Key, we definitely acknowledge the investment and effort that the council and the community are putting into that one. In the actual gap analysis report that was released in December that we linked to in this report, there was more information. So just wanted to make sure it was clear that we weren't trying to omit that. This was just sort of a link back to that report. And it's just a different housing category than the other 2 referenced. But to the charities housing project, Robert, are you able to speak to that?
Yes, and thank you for the question. So I guess, first of all, the table 1, those units that are shown as rapid rehousing units are indeed the units from the charities 3001 El Camino project. So those units are included. And then as we've gotten more information from charities through their submission to our NOFA, which wrapped up more recently, we have all those units will be either extremely low income or very low income.
So Robert, is that fair to say that that was a time frame difference there?
That's correct, yes.
But are they not also permanent housing? So when I see that you've counted them either as rapid rehousing or permanent. And so by being rapid, does that mean they are not permanent?
So, Councilmember Burt, you've run into the thing I've hit my head against quite a bit since starting this work, and that is the terminology that is less than clear. These are terms of art. Both types of housing, both rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing, are permanent housing. It's just permanent supportive housing means you have this stuff on site. You have folks there on site helping you forever and ever and ever. Whereas rapid rehousing is something that maybe, God forbid, I lose my job or have a health incident and I qualify for rapid rehousing. I'd get a leg up, but I don't need folks living on site for me permanently.
Yeah, but I didn't know that the charities project is so if it's rapid rehousing, is it also permanent, the charities project?
Robert?
Charities project, hello, thank you for that question. Yes, the charities project, all of the units will be permanent units. They're not temporary units.
Okay, I'll
And
just
to provide,
to the extent that we've got terms of art here, this presentation is for the council and the public. And if they don't understand the terms of art through the presentation, then we're going to miss out on communicating what's trying to be communicated. Okay. One of the questions that came up was on the referral to Policy and Services Committee on the prospective regulation on rental of RV units. This is a study session, so we can't make formal referrals. So how do we get it to Policy and Services?
So council has your committee work plans coming very
Okay.
soon. So that would be a good time to do that.
Thank you. And then one of the issues is on slide 18, we have the cost burden numbers. And there's an implication there that everybody who's cost burden is somehow imminently homeless. And that metric of 30% of income toward housing is, I think, a really misused metric. For instance, we have above median income 635 there. That means that we have people, and people I know, who have family incomes of hundreds of thousands of dollars, but they're paying real high rent in Palo Alto, and so they're above the 30%. But if someone's extremely low or very low or low income, and they're paying 30% of their income on rent, they don't have much money for food or clothing or transportation. That other family may have $200,000 a year in disposable income, and we're still categorizing them as under a rental income hardship. So first, I'd really look at refining that more differently. I know it's broadly utilized. I think it's a misguided metric. It ought to be focused on those who are truly in jeopardy. And there are times where even moderate income can be a severe event away from being unhoused, but that's not limited to the people who are 30% rent burden either. So just to share those concepts. When we had the representative from Move Mountain View here, it was really great to hear how positive they viewed the Gang Road site. We're in the process of expanding that location, correct? But I didn't hear any update and couldn't find anything on that.
So I can give an update on that, certainly. There was an excellent fundraising effort. Thanks to the amazing generosity of the residents of Palo Alto, enough funding was raised to kick off the expansion. We are coming to council hopefully in March with a funding agreement for the expanded portion of the site. But the expansion happened. We're just working out the details of the funding agreement right now.
You say the extension happened.
Yeah, so I think the lighter version is the expanded site is open. They are accepting people, and we are working on coming back to council for the long-term funding strategy. We have a temporary funding strategy underway due to great donations.
Got it. Thank you. And I know I'm over. I just want to make sure we have a chance to discuss some of the issues with downtown on inadequate bathrooms for unhoused, and that several years ago we dropped one of the standalone bathroom locations. It was high cost, low use. But I think that was that our downtown housing unhoused issues and needs have grown considerably since then. And your report says, it's unlawful to urinate or defecate in public areas. But we have a big unhoused population downtown, and we don't have restrooms available for them. And so I think that's something we're going to want to talk about.
Yep, good point. Yeah, I want to make a few comments here. When we talk about the homeless problem in Palo Alto, it is, as is brought out in the staff report, it's two-sided. And one is the crying need for getting folks into shelter and the compassion and care around that. And the other is sort of what I've called byproducts of that situation that we're talking about here with respect to enforcement. And I don't really think of that as enforcement. I kind of think about it as different groups of people getting along. It's not exactly like having a dispute with your neighbor about the tree dropping junk in your yard. It's a bit more serious than that, but we have to figure out ways to coexist. And that's where we have to address what's called the enforcement problem. And the byproducts, I think the biggest ones, just to tick them off, I just went through this and then edited it down. One is clearly hygiene, aggressive behavior, blockages of doorways or parkways or sidewalks, nuisances like begging, and that's sort of general unease about the interaction. And that's real. It's real for businesses. It's real for residents. So I'm here to say that I'm hearing both sides of that story all the time. I think the staff report was saying, all we hear is complaints, and that probably is true at the city level. But I'm hearing from both sides of that, and I think that's natural. So I just want to sort of register that and say that we obviously are committed to sort of doing better on both sides of this. So when we get to the next round of what we're going to do, I would say on the care and compassion side, we've done a lot already, and we're even finding things that we've done that aren't in the report. And you're going to do some things that we're going to talk about to improve this. But I do think that we have to be, more sensitive to the problems that are caused by hygiene. Someone said tonight that there were nude people out there, and we have to address that as well for our other residents. So let's just be committed to both barrels of this gun. I didn't see any data on a lot of the homeless segments, sex, age, so on, and I particularly didn't see any data on. There was a reference to it by Ms. Armstrong, but about the number of folks that are sort of considered chronic, that they are going to probably be on the street because of mental health issues or drug issues, and that's important to understand. When I was involved in homeless work with Urban Ministry and Envision and the Opportunity Center, it was about 35% of the folks that were defined or counted as homeless, predictably, not necessarily the same people, but predictably about 35% would stay in that state. Is that still? I'm not up to speed on the new stats.
Well, Hillary is looking at her data notes. I would ask if the clerk could bring up slide 7. So one of the things that's a little difficult is we've released the information item in December, and when the information item came out, there were 2 pieces to it. There was the gap analysis, and then there was the excellent report by our management fellow on understanding the unhoused community. And this is a ton of data, a ton of interviews. She spent a lot of time with the county where all the data lives. And I didn't want to overwhelm you all with all that information, but there's a lot in there.
Thank you, Mayor Lowing. What I would speak to is within the data that the county pulled for that, there was information regarding unhoused households affiliated with Palo Alto. And one of the questions was, sorry, I need my glasses, how many years folks have been unhoused? And so for that, I would say it looks like where I would consider kind of chronic is beyond the 0 to 1 year mark. And it actually looks like, and again, this is skewed because folks are seeking permanent supportive housing through this, but it actually looks more like about 2/3 of the folks who are seeking permanent supportive housing had been homeless for longer than 1 year. Again, there's some nuances to that, and I'm going to go back and see if I can pull some
Thank you for
other
pointing that
data. But I will say when we see the breakdown of folks' scores for the assessment, if they score in the range for permanent supportive housing, then they're likely kind of chronically unhoused, and we tend to see that is about a third of the folks who are assessed.
Okay, so it's about the same. Yeah, and that has a somewhat of an overlap with another segment, which is those folks that just really that do not want to be inside a house, inside a shelter. They just feel uncomfortable. They don't like living with other people. That's referenced slightly in the report here. That's an overlapping segment, but not that it's this simple, but that means that if we solved 75% of this problem, we would be wildly successful. Because there is a group that just, that's not a preference, or they don't have the capability of making it a preference. That doesn't mean they don't need services and help and warm places to sleep. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the full sort of going from one place, onto the other. And hopefully we can get that number down by offering services, and showing them how nice it is to be inside. I do agree with Councilmember Burt, that the segment that's, overburdened, particularly at 30%, is not something that we have to put an equal amount of time on, because people kind of make choices there, and, maybe they don't have to do that. They could find something cheaper or move in with somebody. So that's not as much of our problem, I don't think, as these other things are our problem. I noticed that the definition of camping is not spelled out by the feds. So I don't know that we need to talk about that, but it means that there's probably some latitude with the definition there that we could address locally. I don't know if city attorney wants to address that.
Yes, if the city wanted to do more regulating in that area, then creating a definition of the conduct would be a part of that effort.
Okay. Also, I understand why you're talking about what's happening within city boundaries, but for example, when you start talking about we need whatever it is, 126 units for sort of permanently disabled, and we're going to, we can't even barely think of filling half of those, and even that's going to take years and years. The obvious question is there somewhere outside of our boundaries besides the county that we can be making sure we're doing outreach to, so that even if they had to, move out of town, that would be better than what their situation is right now, because we really can't serve them. And I hope that's not read as I'm looking to put people on buses. So people, please don't think that that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, how can we really help these people in the short term as opposed to having them wait for years?
A couple of things. I think that is also why the prevention question has been in there in the cost burden renters. It's not to assume we need to do that exact number, but it is really emphasizing we need to support people so that they aren't going into homelessness. So that's part of the discussion. And I also think that's partly why the partnership with the county is so important, is because they're working with other cities in the county as well. And so we are able to learn about resources that are in other cities. For example, the shelter that is in Mountain View, we've had Palo Alto people that have gone to that shelter in Mountain View. And so the county's coordination of all the service sites are really important, because that's information that we may not otherwise have just based off the individual relationships. Ms. McDonough, did you want to add?
I do. And sorry, I get all folky and anecdoty, but if you call the Here For You hotline and they do their housing problem solving, one of the things they're going to do is figure out how to get you to a happy outcome as quickly as possible. And that might mean getting you a Section 8 voucher, and you might say, heck, I'm going to go back to the Central Valley where I have some buddies, because it's going to be easier to use my Section 8 voucher there. And so there is some within the housing problem solving conversation that you have at that initiation, at that assessment point. The options are wide open for things outside of our county as well.
And we're being alert to potential more opportunities. Not that there's a lot of vacancies for this kind of stuff. I'm not saying that, but we're doing more outreach to see if there's something, further out from time to time. Because you said it exactly right. We want to help the person as soon as possible. And if that means outside of the boundaries of Palo Alto, that shouldn't be a constraint. Okay. I have more comments later when we get to what we're supposed to do, but that's it for now, and then we'll start a second round. And it looks like Councilmember Lithcott Ames is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I've shared with some of you, my father was head of public health under President Carter. I was a little kid then, but I'd hear my dad and my mom talk about the imperative of serving folks whom society seems to have forgotten. And as Ms. Dellenbach indicated, when President Carter left and President Reagan came in, I heard my parents lament that the new administration was stripping funding from public psychiatric hospitals and for affordable housing. And we went from being a nation with a small number of homeless single men, whom we called drifters or vagrants, to a nation of a permanent underclass of unhoused people, including families and single mothers and children. And as Jennifer Loving of Destination Home Silicon Valley likes to say, the federal government created homelessness and the federal government can end it. Of course, we can't count on the federal government to do much of anything right now. It is really falling on us now to figure it out. I believe there are no throwaway people. Grants Pass gives us permission to sweep people along. San Jose took them up on it, and look what happened. The Merc just reported on it. They put up more no parking signs for RV and vehicle dwellers, and what happened? Those folks moved their vehicle to a different street. Because what else were they going to do? In the absence of adequate affordable housing, permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, emergency shelters, and safe parking lots. Regarding safe parking lots, when Amber Stein, Michael Love, and David Temple of Move Mountain View said, we need the lot adjacent to the one we've got on Gang Road so we can expand our safe parking lot from 12 spots to 22, this city said, okay, let's go, let's figure it out, and we can be proud of that. And we should get the county to pay for those operations, but that's a different meeting. We still have only 40 safe parking spots in Palo Alto, as I understand it from the report, 22 run by Move Mountain View on Gang Road that are open 24 hours a day, and 18 more spots run across a number of faith communities, parking lots that are only available in the evening and through the night. So in the staff report, we see that 88% of our unhoused community in Palo Alto live in vehicles. And these are humans who, just like the rest of us, want to live with dignity and want to be safe, and they do not want to be in constant violation of societal rules. They want to throw out their trash somewhere, but you're not allowed to just put your trash in someone else's bin or dumpster. If they're in an RV, they want a place to pump their sewage, but where are they supposed to do that? On the other hand, I also understand and respect that some business owners and residents would rather not have someone parked on the curb, living on the curb adjacent to their home or business. More safe parking lots are, in my view, the most immediate and cheapest solution. I think it's high time we move toward building a proper RV dweller and tiny home community over an acre or two. We would need land, dedicated, donated, or purchased. We'd need money to construct parking for vehicles and construct tiny homes and construct common community spaces. We would need utilities hookups, including electricity, sewage, water, and Wi-Fi. We'd need an attitude that these folks are not the problem. We'd need to accept that our society's systemic inability to fund enough affordable housing for decades has gotten us to this point. And you know what? That idea that I just shared about an RV and tiny home community, it is not even my idea. It is the brilliant idea of Move Mountain View. I've heard them talk about this. Forgive me for airing your brilliant idea in this form, but I think it is worth sharing from the dais. Our local experts are Move Mountain View. They support more safe parking than any other organization in the Bay Area. I'm excited to continue listening to our partners at Move Mountain View and to working with them and staff and all of you to better support vehicle dwellers and the unhoused community more broadly together. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker.
Thank you.
Sorry, Vice Mayor.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott Ames, because I had a question about parking, and that was like the most tremendous introduction ever. So thank you for that. And I too wanted to thank our Move Mountain View folks for being here and for the work you do. I've known Michael Love since before he was at Move Mountain View, and have a safe parking program just I can see from my bedroom window, and it's just a tremendous program. It's It's terrific. My question is, and I may just be missing something here, but I thought I read somewhere in the staff report that as opposed to the one that you spoke about with the clothes closet and the building and the laundry and all that, there are some other around in residential areas, often in church parking lots. I thought I read that they are not at capacity. Is that right? And typically there's some space. Yet in our slide, we saw the statistic about like 88% of unhoused persons in Palo Alto dwell in vehicles. Can someone explain to me the disconnect with that safe parking program?
I can explain a little bit of that disconnect. So a couple things. The congregational sites, you leave every morning versus the RV site, you stay parked there and you can take your commuter car to work and come back. And so there's less folks willing to just park and leave every morning. Also, there are a lot of RVs in Palo Alto, and none of the congregational sites accept RVs. So those are two of the things that really exacerbate that.
And I have a question about each of them. One is, do you know how many cars versus RVs? And then I think we're thinking not so much of cars at the Move Mountain View sites cars at the congregational sites versus the larger RV site there, but cars at the congregational sites versus cars on the streets. So it's hard for me to imagine why you wouldn't want to go on into the parking lot, where you can, I know I guess you have to leave every morning and that could be it. But could you talk a little bit about, one, the division between RVs and cars, and two, why not on the streets?
Well, since we have an expert here in the audience, I think I'll ask Amber to speak to that.
Thank you.
Great idea.
Hi, Amber.
Hi, I'm no expert, but I can give you what my theory is. As Melissa explained, the car dwellers that park at the church parking lot leave every day. And also their car is their home, they take it with them. If they have a doctor's appointment in Redwood City, they run out of gas, or they don't want to use their gas because they have another appointment somewhere else, they're not going to come back to the church lot and stay there that night. So the car dwellers tend to be a bit more transient than the RV dwellers. And then the other component is also car dwellers get scared much easier than they do in RVs. So if they feel like I stayed there for 2 nights and I didn't feel safe, it's the whole idea is filling it. When we fill it more, then people will stay. They need a community. We all need a community. But if it's just one car and one church lot, and your neighbors aren't all that happy that you are there, it's a scary place to go. So they go where it's the safest. That's and also car dwellers are very hard to see. They're not like the RV dwellers, so you can't point them out and then be able to say, come and use our parking lot for overnight. If you work with them enough, you can kind of see a car full of stuff and say, okay, I think that person is homeless, but they're not as easily visible as the RVs. So they can hide in places, et cetera, until you're doing the census.
I see. So it's harder to find them. You can't go invite like a block of parked cars the way you could a block of RVs, so to speak. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's helpful to understand. Thank you. Okay. Then my other question is, it's based on a comment in the staff report. And a comment I heard here tonight. This is such a complex problem, as evidenced by all of the people who are here to address it, from Chief Bender to all the folks sitting here, to Ms. Armstrong, who's come from the county, and which, by the way, I'm delighted to see you after seeing you for 14 years at the Law Foundation. So the county's very lucky to have her. I just want to add to the record here. But there was some discussion in the staff report about coordination between departments, because it does take so many, and I've lost the exact statement, but it seemed to indicate that there wasn't a lot. And so I wanted to give you a chance to speak to that, sort of where we start from and what you might aspire to, and what as council we could do to support any coordination within the city and with the county.
Thank you for the question. As you can see, there are many departments represented here. The police department, the public works department, the planning department, the city attorney's office, our office as well. And I probably have left someone else out. So my apologies to them. Their work is also valuable. It requires a lot of finding out what's going on with the current issues that come in. Ms. McDonough does a lot of coordination from the city manager's office with just trying to understand the questions that are coming in. We receive concerns from the community, and then also some community services. Sorry, Nika. And also thinking about how we have those partnerships with our community organizations. And so community services takes a really large role in that piece of it. So I don't know that we have come up with sort of a newer version. So I look to Mr. Shikata to correct everything I say here. If there is a different version that we're necessarily yearning to have, but we're always looking for ways to make sure that our departments are collaborating together in the best way to serve the community.
Well, again, I don't know if there's some anticipation of a org chart we're proposing here, and there's not. As has been pointed out, this is inherently a multidisciplinary issue, and one that, irrespective of what formal organization is created, will require flexibility in how it takes on its work. I think, as has been described, the real, I think the ask here is for the permission for staff to continue working this issue with the council in order to identify the clarity, as much clarity as we can on the priorities from or really representing the needs of the community that will then be reflected in the resources that are deployed, whether it be ongoing services or as has come up repeatedly, the need to focus on production of housing.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to give you a chance to respond to the gap analysis statement that that there was no unified plan, but it sounds like it's more of a prioritization thing, and that everybody's doing their part at the moment. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, and I think to Mr. Shikata's point, it's the where we want to go is the answer to whether that recommendation is something that makes sense going forward. So it depends on the level of services, et cetera. Research has been done around it, but it's not something we're recommending at this time.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think part of the especially, I mean, it's a complex issue, but I think especially challenging for Palo Alto being at the county border. And Santa Clara County, of course, does so much for our unhoused population, but we're far removed from the county seat in San Jose. And I know some of my frustration when I was on the county Human Rights Commission is that so many county resources go to San Jose and not as much, of course, gets up here to Palo Alto. And of course, some of that, I mean, a lot of that is caused by there is a greater need in different parts of the county. But then we also have the issue too that we're right on the border of San Mateo County, and we will get spillover from San Mateo County, of course, with no resources being provided there. And I've always believed that the issue of homelessness has no border, and in order to really effectively address it, we have to be able to work collaboratively as a region. But a concern I have is there is a growing trend across the Bay Area of cities reacting to the Supreme Court's decision in Grant Pass versus Johnson, and there's actually a lot of cities in the region are passing encampment bans, and so what I'm concerned about are inconsistent policies in the region that will be basically, rather than solving the problem of homelessness, just move people around to different cities with less restrictive measures, and of course is never going to solve the actual problem. So I think whatever it is that we do going from this, I think it's really critical that we're collaborating with regional partners and neighboring jurisdictions, and that we are able to kind of find some sort of balance in ensuring that we're using that kind of carrot first approach to be able to humanely support our unhoused neighbors, but while also providing the enforcement tools necessary when those supports are failing. And one example where I kind of ran into a situation recently, we received a lot of complaints from residents, especially along San Francisco Creek in Palo Alto, who were very concerned about homeless encampments in the San Francisco Creek, and these encampments were using outdoor fires. They were creating incredibly dangerous situations for property and residents along the creek because of those fires. And it was just a complete jurisdictional mess. I mean, I'd be talking with our staff and we were saying, well, that's not on the Palo Alto side. I was communicating with East Palo Alto. There were issues there. There's a lot of confusion over jurisdiction and who had the power to be able to go in there and who did not. And I feel like that is a perfect example of we need to be able to have some sort of joint task force or some sort of agreement with our neighbors that when situations like that come up, that is clearly creating a dangerous situation, that our response is that our response is no longer going to be, oh, that's a jurisdictional issue, that's somebody else's problem, but that we are able to go in and support. So I think most of the time, the compassionate response to be able to provide those services is absolutely the way to go. And I appreciate the county and the city for all the work that we have done. But there are also times that we need to be able to go in and clear an issue that is causing actual safety hazards. And so I would hope those conversations are continuing to be able to evolve. I think whatever we do at any stage, the Human Relations Commission needs to be a part of this discussion. I like the idea that was just kind of brought up in the staff report about trying to centralize our own unhoused services within a particular department, because I think this is such a complex area. We're going to have so many gaps that are occurring, and having a real centralized location in the city to be able to address it is key. I think there's a lot more we can do with our safe parking. I mean, we know we have excess capacity for vehicle dwellers, and we need more capacity for RVs. So I hope we're continuing to maybe identify additional safe parking lots that can accommodate RV dwellers. And yeah, I mean, there's so much to be said, but those are the thoughts that I have right now. Oh, sorry. And then I would like to know at some point in this conversation, really trying to understanding whether we have data on how many unhoused people have experienced homelessness due to rent increases within the last few years, really trying to understand that nexus. So that way, when we continue to look into additional rental protections, et cetera, we can really be driven with the data. We got the rental registry coming forward. That's not going to answer this question, but we're trying to move towards developing policy around rental protections that are going to be that are really data driven through that rental registry. I think better understanding that in the nexus of homelessness and lack of rental protections would be really beneficial for us as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Rectal.
Can you bring up slide 6, please? Okay, so this difference is rather stark. Can you give me some insight? Is it that we just don't have a shelter here? Is that the difference, or what else is going on here?
Well, I can give a little bit of insight on this. So in Palo Alto right now, we have Hotel de Zinc.
Okay.
And people are more likely to accept shelter in the area they're comfortable with, where they understand the context, where they have connections. Also, people are more likely to accept non-congregate shelter. People reportedly There's more in this. So people often report they don't feel safe in a setting where it's a bunch of bunks with strangers, which is why Home Key will be such a boon for our community. In terms of vehicles, we, similarly, I think to Mountain View and a couple other community of our neighboring communities, we do have a higher percentage of folks living in vehicles than countywide. And I think that probably has something to do with our demographics. We are a great place to work. It's much more difficult to find a place to live here.
So a lot of the RV dwellers are working poor.
That's just a conjecture
Okay.
on my part, but yeah.
Okay, so the next thing is this slide telling us that we need to do something? Is it saying that we're lacking? Does this difference mean that we are failing them somehow?
I would say the main purpose of this slide was to show how our population is different than the county, which is why it's important for us to design our solution or strategy to meet the needs of our specific population.
Okay, and so when you look at Palo Alto's homeless, how many of those are just economic and how many have other like mental or substance issues?
I would need a moment to dig that out of the report. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Well, I would assume that is it a small number or a large number that's primarily economic? How much of mental and substance contributions do we have? Or you just have to guess on that?
Yeah, if we can follow up in a moment, that'd be
Okay.
great. Thank you. If you had another question, we can try to take it in the meantime.
I guess a follow-up question is if they have underlying mental or substance issues, that has to make the problem much harder. Do we have success or do we primarily just have success with economic only?
Ms. Armstrong will take that question.
Thank you, Councilmember Rectal. And I'm looking again at some of the data that we have for unhoused households affiliated with Palo Alto for the kind of period from 2022 to 2024. Of those folks who were assessed, it looks like about 28%, again, counting on my glasses, reported some sort of mental health issue. And that can be really broad ranging. Like I identify as someone with a mental health issue, but I am not someone living with a serious mental illness. So I think that can be pretty broad range from generalized anxiety disorder to like a psychotic disorder that's impacting someone's ability to function. That said, that's exactly why we have permanent supportive housing programs. And this is in the narrow, apologies, Councilmember Burt, in the narrow kind of HUD-defined sense of a subsidized housing program for someone who is chronically unhoused, probably due to a disability, and that provides those connections to case management, supportive living, and the services, behavioral health and substance use services as needed.
Thank you for the patience on that.
Okay.
I dug into the data report. So on page 15 of Understanding the Unhoused,
Okay.
there is a table that we were able to pull out from the county on people that reported various vulnerabilities in terms of mental health or brain issues affecting housing. Approximately 150 of the individuals in that time period reported that, and that was more than half.
Okay.
And then one other data point that I was able to pull out that might be helpful to you is that 68% of people assessed in that time period self-reported as having a disability.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, one last question for the city attorney. Can you give us a quick rundown of the care court?
I'm going to refer to the county on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Rectal. And with the caveat that I am not with the Behavioral Health Services Department, I can just provide a super high level, but could certainly connect if there the council wishes to dive more deeply, connect with folks. So the care court has been enacted within Santa Clara County. The eligibility requirement is a diagnosis of, in particular, a psychotic disorder. So it goes beyond severe mental illness to a particular type of disorder. It's someone who's not stabilized in voluntary treatment. And the difference between this, and you may have heard of AOT or assisted outpatient treatment. AOT includes a period of kind of voluntary services for folks to engage, but the care court process can begin with a court petition. And there are various kind of pathways, but through the Behavioral Health Services website, there is information about how to petition the court directly and also how to access those services with help of the Behavioral Health Services outreach team.
Thank you.
Councilman Ryu.
Thank you. I'll share some quick comments. I echo many points already made. I echo especially all of Councilmember Stone's points. I echo Councilmember Burt's points on needing more restrooms, and I generally say sanitation, like showers and laundry services downtown and in other places. I align myself with the League, all of the League of Women Voters comments. Yeah, the 4 recommendations there. And I absolutely think we should not apply a criminalization of homelessness in the style of Grants Pass, which is a race to the bottom that we don't want to be part of, moving people around. I also agree, of course, that we should enforce situations that actually pose risk to health, fire risk, other infrastructure. I think we should take a serious look at how we handle mental crises, like the care court process, potentially involuntary holds. Coming out of that, so I think there's a huge scope of issues. I think we've all provided feedback and thoughts on several of them. The next step from here is to actually prioritize these strategies or otherwise approach them in policy and services, right? So is there anything else you need, especially from the study session, or any referrals that you'd like us to comment on, or anything else?
Great question. Thank you. We are approaching from here, doing some engagement, specific engagement. We're really trying to gather feedback from the community in a more organized way than just a large town hall. We don't think this is a large town hall type of issue that you'll get substantive feedback in. And so how Ms. McDonough described it is one of our next steps. And then if there are other things that the council would like to refer, as Ms. Stump referenced during your priority objectives process on the 24th of this month, would be a good place to make those referrals to policy and services.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my comments, with the exception of I also support more conversations in the HRC on this topic. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. If you could pull back slide 6 again. As Councilmember Rectal was kind of pondering, what are the implications of this? A couple of takeaways in my mind are, one, that the 12% of our, now we got unsheltered. I just am concerned that our unsheltered and not in vehicle homeless population, I'm not sure how many we're saying are here, but maybe undercounted. And elsewhere in the county, over half the county is San Jose, they have big tent encampments. So when they do counting, most of there's a concentration of homeless, not entirely, but I think more so than our community, that they're dispersed more. And so we may be not picking up some of those folks who are not in a vehicle and are unsheltered. In a sense, the good news is that the data, or this shows that a high percentage of our homeless are not living in tents. They're living in vehicles, which is better than out on the street. And that goes to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' question of how can we address those vehicle dwellers more effectively? And it's a big problem. We have our expansion of Life Move site on Ging Road. So over a dozen years ago, when we were looking at expanding, doing the downstream creek project for San Francisco Creek, we needed approximately 10 acres of the golf course to do creek channel widening. I propose that we take that opportunity to redo the golf course, turn into a more progressive, environmentally progressive course. And it's essentially a modified links course. And at the same time, not shrink it by 10 acres, but shrink it by 20 acres, because there's 180 acres and 160 acres works well for those style courses. We did that. We have 10 acres on the northeast side of Ging Road that were intended for future ball fields. And it has been almost 10 years or 9 years since that construction was done, and it's sitting there as empty dirt land. A fraction of that could be used, and there's a wetlands issue there, there's a pile of dirt, but nothing has happened in all that time. And just 1 acre of those 10 immediately across the road from our current Move Mountain View site would be a big improvement. And so I want to really encourage consideration of that. And it doesn't come without expense, and hopefully we can have some partnership from perhaps the county on operations. Nevertheless, as the Move Mountain View folks said, we have a structured facility there that could hopefully serve all of those folks at the same time. And okay, so I also wanted, when we go to a referral, the staff report had talked about Human Relations Commission. I think it should also go to the Planning Commission. We're looking at all these land use issues, not to mention the need for the unhoused, wherever they are, to have access to public transportation. It's a planning and transportation issue as well. And they're not going to be looking at it through the same lens. But I also think the Planning and Transportation Commission would benefit from understanding the problems we're trying to solve. They get a project thrown at them. They may or may not understand this context. And so this would be two purposes. One, because they're going to be taking on many of these related issues. And second, to make sure that when they do so, they have a better understanding of the complexity that we're dealing with. And so individual projects being in a broader context. And then I did want to touch on the downtown related issues, because this has been gone from a modest problem to a pretty significant problem. And we have those who are in need, who really we don't have that referral location until the Life Moves project comes online. But that will really be a turning point, because then our carrots become much more attractive, and we can distinguish from folks who are both declining help and a subset of those who are really bad apples. And that we have an ongoing problem with a minority of our unhoused population downtown who are really problematic to our community for public health, public safety, economic development. It's a real issue. And I think it's a pretty small fraction of all the folks that we're trying to contend with. And we need to be stronger in our response there. And so when they're doing, making basic violations that maybe could be enforced against a broad homeless population, but they're having compounding violations, I think that's where we really need to have a more focused approach and be stronger there. And frankly, a lot of those people, if they don't have any guardrails, they're not going to move toward improvements in their lives. Just asking them and being supportive and empathetic, regardless of what they do, is not helpful to them. And so how we do that, I appreciate that's not simple. That's stated in a way that is simpler than the reality, but I do think that needs to be a priority. And then lastly, on the public restrooms, I think that needs to be part of what we're offering downtown. One of the dilemmas is that it becomes a magnet for concentration of folks in a given part of even the downtown. So we've got to contend with that. Once again, these aren't easily solvable problems, but I think we need to look at it. I did want to, Councilmember Liu's concern on showering and laundry. City manager, maybe you could give the update on I forgot the name of the portable service and its expansion recently. Yeah, Dignity. Yeah.
Sure. Dignity on Wheels is the nonprofit organization. We have connections with them. They were able to recently come downtown to offer services, which includes showering and laundry services. And if there's any other specifics, Minka can speak to that agreement. Just the coordination, Minka, briefly.
Sure, there is some capacity in the contract that we have with Dignity on Wheels to be able to provide some occasional services beyond their HISRAP contract in areas that we would request of them.
Yeah, but I thought we specifically had a change in that routine service.
Yeah, I could speak to that. We recently actually leveraged that flexibility that Ms. Vanderswag mentioned in order to have them do a test deployment here at Civic Center. And unfortunately, they did not receive a very good response in terms of individuals choosing to take advantage of that service. So I think there's some lessons learned and opportunities for us to look at how either through repeated or through different means of approaching that service that might generate a better response.
Well, and this kind of goes to the carrot and stick. We have a problem in our one of our most important public spaces, which is our City Hall lobby, which is routinely putrid, and the community is offended by it. It makes a very important public space almost unusable. And I think there are some things on the margins. One of the things I want to make sure is that we're offering that service for a weekly shower and laundry. And second, that if we got this problem, we shouldn't have chairs there. We didn't always have chairs. We shouldn't allow food there unless other than for special events. We can simply set rules that are very easy to implement. And it may not be a panacea, but we at least ought to go and do those steps and try and see if we can solve that problem quickly. Otherwise, we lose public support in many ways. Just like the downtown egregious behavior, we lose public support for dealing with these things if we allow those kinds of actions to continue. Thank you.
Okay, I also have a few comments here as we look at the engagement section. Candidly, I get a little bit uneasy reading these last two pages. When we talk about comprehensive engagement. And without this clarity, efforts may lack focus. It's going to be important to take the pulse of the community through meaningful, inclusive engagement. A lot of these things we actually know about. We know what some of the targets are. Yes, totally agree that this should be one voice, meaning we should have one department coordinating this. Totally on board for that. Not saying don't do engagement, but we already know a lot of this stuff. And I want to turn somewhat in parallel to the short term, as a couple of my colleagues have just been talking about. It took about 14 months to get this study to council, and now we have it. It's going to take another 5 or 6 to do more outreach. In parallel, we need to be taking action on exactly some of the things that have been mentioned, ways to expand the Gang Road type parking situation, help when we can get it from faith communities for that type of thing. We are obviously already moving on things like zoning, but in the short term even, inclusive housing with respect to rental. We've been talking about that for 10 years and we haven't implemented it. So we're doing really well on negotiating it with a lot of developers, but those kinds of things have to be accelerated. And some of the really long-term things also have to start now. And one of those is we also been talking about for a long time is we've got to have more money. We've got to have a fund for affordable housing that the city manages, owns, makes decisions on. And we don't get enough out of our business tax and our development fees. We just don't. We've allocated it very well to things like Catholic Charities and some of the other projects. But that's another thing that even though it's going to take a while to do, if we don't start on that in the short term, where we've been talking about in 5 years, we should start on that. So I really hope the focus is going to be twofold, not unlike the parallel that we've had with mixed success on, say, Cal Ave, where we want to do something that's huge and comprehensive, great. But in the meantime, the parklets are falling apart and you don't know if it's open or not. So we have to take both of those approaches right now. Now, when you're going to do the outreach, do you have specific targets of what that is, other than coordinating the efforts? And of course, as was noted, particularly by Councilmember Stone, we absolutely have to coordinate tightly with the two counties that are near us, both for help and for sharing and figuring out the problems. So can you just tick off 2 or 3 outreach objectives there that you want to get that we don't have now?
Yes, thank you. I think one of the main objectives is we actually haven't broadly connected with the community on this topic. We receive information from those that are particularly passionate on the topic in one direction or another in terms of extreme satisfaction or extreme dissatisfaction, honestly. We don't necessarily have that broad thought process from the community of really what they would like us to put more focus and attention on, given that we have limited resources to really address these difficult issues. So that's one of the things that we want to be able to provide to the city council as you continue to think through the longer term strategy, is being able to give you more of that comprehensive picture of where the broader community is, including business owners, including residents, including some that have lived experience with homelessness, service providers, et cetera. So that's one of the objectives that we're really hoping to get. And Ms. McDonough, did you want to speak to anything else? Okay, I'm getting a head shake now.
With complete respect for all we're collectively we're doing on this, I think we could write those answers right now. And maybe those become the hypothesis to be tested in your outreach. Because I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying we already know what some of these problems are, and we're already very sensitized to them and want to take some action. So, short term and long term, I think should be part of the game plan that you come back to us on. And in some of these cases, I don't even want to wait 4 months to get the report. We should, a thing like, finding more space at King Road is great. I mean, I think that baseball field is not used anymore. Maybe at night we can pull cars on there. I don't know that, but a lot of that usage is gone. So, and it's more city land.
If I might, Mayor, to your point, I think we've heard some great suggestions here tonight, and we'd like to take it back. And as the city attorney mentioned, we've got an immediate follow-up, which is the work plans that you'll be reviewing in 2 weeks, I think it is. And so that will give us an opportunity to identify a few specific areas that could be next steps. I think what we're recommending, though, is that it's a situation where we wouldn't want to take too drastic an action in one area without recognizing that there are repercussions that may not be immediately obvious. And so that's where the outreach comes into play. So starting out with the work plans is a good way for us to telegraph what those priorities might be, get that confirmation by the council so that we can proceed with those with different pieces of the puzzle in play simultaneously.
Okay, so do you need any more specifics from us tonight?
Not that I'm aware of, so staff, feel free to chime in if you do.
No, I think that's a good plan. We've definitely heard the feedback here from the council today, and I think you're right that sets the baseline of things that we can explore as we're having further conversations, and then the 24th discussion, especially for the things to happen on a parallel track. I'd be remiss if I don't say that Ms. McDonough and I will be some of the primary staff working on multiple things that you ask us to do, as well as the planning department. And so thank you in advance for recognizing there's only so many hands.
I really want to take a minute to just, thank you for the comprehensiveness, as we're talking about that, of the staff report, which was excellent in plain English. That was very well written. And the breadth of staff that you presented to us tonight to get all of their perspectives that we can listen to and that the public can listen to. So, from you folks to the planning staff to the police staff is just really helpful. And it's a crucial issue for the community. And I hope they understand the investment that we're putting in here to work on this situation, because we all collectively want to make more progress. So thanks for all your efforts on this. No other comments? That concludes this item.
Thank you.
Not soon enough. We're running about 45 minutes behind for those of you that are watching at home or from the bleachers here. I didn't want to cut short any of the comment on that last item because it's so crucial to our city. We're now going to do the consent calendar. Let's see if there's any public comment on that.
There are no requests to speak.
Okay, thank you. I need to register any no votes and or a motion, please.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you have those recorded? Okay. If no comments, let's have a vote on that, please.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Binker?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And we now turn to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, City Clerk could get some assistance with a few slides. Actually, while we're queuing that up, Mayor, I wanted to pick up on your comment regarding the Rinconada celebration. And I'd be remiss if not pointing out that that particular anniversary was an excellent example of what we can achieve when the community invests really in the facilities and allow us to deliver. And as we are kicking up our Cogberly work, heading toward 2026, believe it or not, less than 2 years away now, a good example for us to follow. Next slide, please. Speaking of Cogberly, so as the council knows, and for community awareness, we have a few next steps coming up. First off, next Tuesday, the city council will have an initial discussion, and as has been described here, is the council visioning workshop. Really, our first opportunity to engage with the consultant that we're using, Concordia, again, no stranger to Palo Alto, to re-engage with us on this master plan for the Cogberly site. And as a first step in many steps, to have the council have a conversation with your own thoughts on what Cogberly means to the Palo Alto community and what it could be in its reimagining. And so that session is scheduled again next Tuesday at Mitchell Park. It will be a workshop environment, not a at the dais type format, and we'll have additional information on that coming out this Thursday as part of your late packet. Then to be followed by the first Cogberly community meeting on March 19th. One of the first steps that will be brought forward at that community meeting is to gain some initial community reaction to the vision statement, if that's the the best way to describe it that will come out of your session next Tuesday. And then either a validation or maybe some further work is maybe necessary based on community feedback that will then allow the work to proceed in really filling the colors of what could actually occur at the cover lease site. Also want to note that on February 17th, the deadline for community fellows, as was done in the last master planning effort, as a way for community members to get personally involved in the master planning effort and to provide a way to have a higher level of engagement and involvement in the outreach. So all that information on our city website, cityofpaloalto.org/coverly project. Next slide, please. Okay, and to follow our last discussion, do want to point out that Alta Housing, as our contractor for the city's below market rate housing program, is now releasing application period for households, individuals, families interested in participating in this below market rate housing program. February 28th is the deadline to join a waiting list that will be followed by a lottery for available units, and I believe will be used for some period of time after that date for the allocation of units. It's shown here to select 200 households to participate in this waiting list. So an important deadline coming up for those that are interested in participating or really finding a new affordable housing unit here in Palo Alto. Next slide, please. Then also want to note much community interest of late on the topic, certainly in general of fire protection, and then specifically around fire staffing at Fire Station 4 at Middlefield and Meadow. And would note that a community update or an article was posted by the city last week to respond to a number of questions and provides general information. Following that, we will have a neighborhood briefing, that's the way it's been described here. It's really a neighborhood meeting for any interested community members this Thursday, the 13th at 5 p.m. at the Mitchell Park Community Center, El Palo Alto Room. Then we will be bringing forward a recommendation as a part of your mid-year budget review on February 24th. So a number of upcoming steps related to fire protection and specifically Fire Station 4. Next slide, please. Then following on your action earlier this evening on the Planning and Transportation Commission, we have additional board and commission vacancies available and slots available for commissioners and board members to participate in, including our Architectural Review Board, the Human Relations Commission, and the Utilities Advisory Commission. Any applications for these positions are due on February 26th. So important time to think about it and then put that thinking into action and get applications in by the 26th of February. Next slide, please. Then finally, just noting a few of your upcoming agendas. Again, next week, no regular meeting given the President's Day holiday. The following week will be your mid-year budget review along with discussion of council priority objectives and committee work plans. Oh, this electrification thing should have come off your agenda or your list. My apologies for that. Then following on March 3rd, a study session on the draft Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan, as well as an action item on your housing element housing incentive plan, incentive program. March 10th, proposed development at expansion of development at 4075 El Camino Way, as well as the return on the artificial or synthetic versus a natural turf study, scope of work, and then a number of items to follow in the weeks to follow. With that, Mayor, that completes my report. Back to you.
Thank you. We're scheduled to go another 15 minutes before the break. Does anybody say we should leave early or just stay on? Got to vote for break? Got to vote for break? Okay. All right. Let's take the break now. our 9 o'clock break. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes approximately, and then pick up the next items. Thank you. Okay, let's do it. Okay, thank you. We are back from our short break. At this time, I would actually like to recess the existing city council meeting, and we will return to it shortly. And we're now going to do a meeting of the Public Improvement Corporation Board. Call the order for that meeting. City Council serves as the board for the Public Improvement Corporation. Tonight, we meet as the PIC board for the purpose of approval of fiscal year 24 Palo Alto PIC annual financial statements. Those are audited annually and require board approval. So for the city clerk, please note that all members of the Public Improvement Corporation, which is the council, are now present.
We have noted for the record that all board members are present.
Thank you very much. Is there any presentation from staff?
Hi, good evening. Christine Pross, Assistant Director of ASD. We don't have a presentation, but we have some verbal comments. The Public Improvement Corporation is a nonprofit led by the City Council that enables the city to issue certificate of participation bond debt to fund capital projects. By the bylaws of the PIC require that the board meet at least once annually to approve the financial statements. The PIC has 3 outstanding debt obligations totaling $151 million. They are outlined on Table 1 on packet page 373. They are the 2018 refinancing COPs that refinance the 2002 Series B downtown parking improvement project bonds and to fund renovations at the golf course, the 2019 California Avenue parking garage, and the 2021 public safety building. Staff is seeking the board's approval of the 2024 financial statements, and they have been audited by Macias, Genie, and O'Connell, the city's external auditor, with a clean audit opinion. And that concludes my verbal comments.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in this item?
There are no requests to speak.
All right, then we'll take questions and answers from the board, which is this body. I see no lights. So I need a motion to approve the annual financial report for the Palo Alto Public Improvement Corporation.
So moved.
Second.
Stone and Vinker in that order. Can you call the vote, please?
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt, Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lifcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would now like to adjourn the PIC board meeting and reconvene the council meeting. For the record, we have to note that the council is reconvened as the council, confirmed by the city clerk. Thank you very much. So we can move to, it says break here. Excellent, excellent. If not, we will now go to the next item, which is objection to weed abatement at affected properties and approval of the property list for commencing weed abatement. Staff?
Yes, Mayor, I'll go ahead and give a quick report on behalf of staff. Hopefully this one is as efficient as your last item. This is a part of your annual process of identifying locations, properties where weed abatement has been identified as an issue and as may be necessary to ensure largely driven by fire prevention needs. Again, this is a step in which properties that were identified on a list provided in your staff report have been notified that their properties are on this list of potential weed abatements and have the opportunity to raise any objections to the council. And I believe as last check, we had not received any, but perhaps it's a good time to ask the city clerk to confirm.
There are no requests to speak.
And any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay, any council member comments? Then I would like a motion.
Actually, I have a quick question. So Stanford University is on this list, several spots. We know where they are. We can't just call them up and say, can you mow your weeds?
Yes, this actually is also an annual occurrence, and we give the university notice of properties that they have that are on the list. These are typically or almost exclusively leaseholds that they have with lessees. And again, for a variety of reasons, that issue of weed abatement may not have been taken care of. So they understand and they work with their lessees to the extent necessary, but nonetheless are fine.
We have to go through the process anyway.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you for our fire department, our fire staff for being here for this item, but let's go to a motion, please. Need a motion. Okay, I'll move the staff report.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lifcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us to our next action item, which is a public hearing. It's a quasi judicial hearing. That's about 3265 El Camino Real. Approval of an ordinance rezoning the subject parcel from CS to planned community zoning and adoption of the record of land use to construct a 100% affordable 5-story 55-unit residential rental project. So we'll turn that first to staff.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I'm joined by Garrett Sauls, our Principal Planner with our office. Garrett will lead you through the presentation.
Good evening, council members. This project, as noted by the mayor and the director, is a planned home zoning application, 3265 El Camino Real. To give just a brief overview of the process for the planned home zoning application, it follows the standard process for a planned community district, which starts out as a pre-screening. This application came to council in September of 2023 for a pre-screening, and then had a formal application submitted in January of last year. Following that, in April, the application had its first PTC and ARB hearing. Subsequent to that, it had its second ARB hearing in November of last year, and second PTC hearing in January of this year, which the PTC had recommended approval for the application to the commission, to the council. And tonight, of course, is the council hearing for the application. To give an overview of the project overall, it is a 6-story, 55-unit, 100% affordable housing project. It is proposed as a rental project on a vacant lot. There are 32 parking spaces included in the project, 30 of which are vehicle stackers and 2 of which are accessible stalls. There are 55 bike lockers provided in a bike locker room, along with 5 shared electric bikes and 4 short-term bike spots provided on the frontage of the property on El Camino Real. And 25% of the units that are provided in the project will be at a low income ratio, provided at a 70% AMI, which is 10% less than the 80% bracket for the highest qualifying individuals within the low income category. And 75% will be provided at 110%, which is, again, providing that moderate income, targeting that moderate income unit threshold. As you see on the screen, here are the various ways that the project deviates from the underlying commercial service zoning district. focusing on the rear yard setback, site coverage, floor area ratio, height, open space requirements, and various parking requirements. To give some additional context to the site and adjacent to a number of other larger projects that are occurring along El Camino Real, this is across from where the El Camino Real Focus, this project site, as you see on the screen in blue, is across from where the current El Camino Real Focus area standards apply along the properties that bound Page Mill Road and Matadero Avenue. The feedback that was provided for the application back in September of 2023 focused on these 4 topics, which was to provide some information about the length of time for parking stackers to cycle through, provide additional clarification about whether the parking spaces were unbundled from each of the units, provide some additional information on anticipated rents and whether they'll potentially be affordable for teachers, and to consider expanding the driveway. And the staff report touches on all these items. The next couple of slides are some elevation drawings you can see here, which are the northbound elevation going northbound to the project site on El Camino Real, going southbound on El Camino Real. And this elevation shows the rear of the building, which faces towards the parking lot for the Indo restaurant that is adjacent to it. On this screen here, you can see this is the rooftop deck, which was providing the majority of the open space for each of the tenants or the units that are proposed in the project. And in addition to this project, as a result of it requesting a parking reduction from the standard requirement, which is 1 space per unit in this development, the applicant has proposed these following TDM measures within the application, which is to unbundle the parking spaces from each of the units, to provide free VTA smart passes for all tenants. As I mentioned before, provide shared e-bikes in the bike locker room on the ground floor. And there's also going to be a collection of information for other various alternative transportation modes to their online transportation kiosk, and they'll have a designated individual tenant on site who will be the transportation coordinator. One of the topics that the council had talked a lot about was about circulation. The city's environmental consultant did look into the proposed design to understand how accessible the property is to vehicles. And a number of the things to keep in mind is that what is proposed with the project primarily as a parking is vehicle lifts, which has a different standard than our typical dimensions in our municipal code. Typical size requirements can range based on the angle of the space as well as the dimension of the drive aisle. But for vehicle lifts, the city's code actually created another standard which focuses on mid-size or full-size vehicles. And when our consultant had done their analysis, we had been able to determine that for stalls 1 through 6, which you see on the screen, those vehicles, mid-size or full-size vehicles, would be able to access those stalls in 3 maneuvers or less, which is considered to be an industry standard for good circulation within the site. Stalls 7 and 8 would be considered to be more difficult for full-size vehicles to access, but mid-size vehicles would still be able to access those in 3 maneuvers or less. One of the benefits of this project is all of these parking stalls are assigned parking. So the applicant has the ability to designate which vehicles can occupy which specific stalls. And as a part of the record of land use action, condition number 18 identifies, and the applicant has accepted this condition, that these stalls 7 and 8, these further stalls will be limited to vehicles that are mid-sized vehicles only. So it, again, sort of seeks to address the issues or potential issues about circulation through the site. One of the other big topics that the council talked about previously was about affordability. You can see on the screen here, and is provided in the staff report as well, as the table for the Santa Clara County area median income, which discusses, discusses median income based on a per person per household basis. And in the staff report, we provided this table that you see on the screen here too, which provided a comparison of what would be the anticipated rent plus utility allowance for various income ratios at the 70% AMI level for studio units, at 1-bedroom units, and at the 110% ratio for studios and 1-bedrooms. And staff would want to provide some clarification and corrections from what is provided in the staff report. One of the things that the staff had a lot of conversation with the Planning Commission about was about HUD's definition of cost burden and affordability, which is commonly referred to that 30% ratio of providing how much someone is paying towards their rent, as determining whether someone is cost burden or not, which is a standard that the city NHCD doesn't necessarily utilize to determine whether a unit is considered to have or be providing cost affordability, or that an individual can qualify for a unit within the income brackets that we're talking about. Again, the low income and the moderate income units. And so one of the examples we provided here was to provide sort of a comparison of an individual who might be qualified for what is the moderate income unit ratio, which is the 80 to 120% AMI category. They may have income at sort of a 90% rent ratio within that category. And while they may be below that overall ratio where we're setting rent at, they still, and it may be considered slightly cost burden, they would still be considered affordable rent towards what they can be able to qualify to live in that unit. And so when we try to provide that overlay of what's published as the Palo Alto Unified School District salary, you can see in bold here on the screen the various ratios of where an individual's salary could qualify for a low-income studio or moderate income studio, or as a one-person individual household, or as a two-person household. Some additional considerations for the project is that the proposal does satisfy council's option 2 in the PHC application requirements, where there's a minimum weighted value BMR of units that are provided of 20% is what council required, and this project provides a 75% satisfaction to that criteria. The property is within the current NVCAP boundaries, but the project was deemed complete before the NVCAP standards applied to this project. So those standards don't apply currently to this design. Any possible future design, if this project were to be denied, would need to meet those standards. There's a valley oak on the site that exceeds the amount of buildable area that covers the property, so it can be removed by our current tree ordinance requirements. And as I mentioned before, the roof deck that you see in the image on the screen here will be providing the majority of the open space requirements for the tenants. And lastly, staff would just end with the recommended motion that's in the staff report, which is to consider the environmental document that staff has prepared, adopt the ordinance and attachment B to amend the district from commercial service to PC, and also to approve the record of land use action. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just noting that Vice Chair Alan Aiken is available to answer any questions if the council has about the PTC.
Yeah, thank you. I should have mentioned that. So yes, you can address them directly. And now there's going to be a developer presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jason Matloff. As a reminder, many of you know that my wife and I have been working for numerous years. My wife is here with me tonight to try to find the right compromise to be able to get approval to build a 100% affordable housing project that will house, hopefully, and be prioritized for Palo Alto educators of our public school system, which I think we all would agree is a critical a part of our community. Towards that end, I want to thank and recognize Terry Baldwin and Meb Steiner, who I've been fortunate with. We were just reminiscing, and we've had a partnership in place now for over 5 years to try to get this going. So I very much appreciate their partnership, and I think that they will speak during the public comments. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so these community benefits associated to the PHZ process are the same as they were a year and a half ago when I came here, so I'm not going to belabor them by going into the detail, other than just to highlight the important pieces. The primary benefit, which should be self-evident, is that we're going to be providing housing to some portion of the vast majority of teachers that cannot afford to live in our city. And I think the number last time we checked is 87% of them do not live in our city. So they're spending, in some cases, hours per day commuting, which is a tremendous cost to them financially, emotionally, health wise, et cetera. The benefit obviously is to the teachers primarily, but we get huge benefits as a community in addition to that. So having the teachers be able to live nearby allows them to attend after-school events, to attend extracurricular events, to build community with not only the students, but their parents, which we know is so important for those experiences. It also has secondary effects for the broader community at large. By housing these teachers locally, we're going to reduce traffic, congestion, we're going to get benefits in terms of greenhouse gas emission reductions, and promoting transit-friendly environments, which is a stated goal of the city. And we get this specifically because this project is located right along El Camino Real and our main transit corridor, the VTA 22 and 522 routes that serve up and down frequently in 15-minute intervals during peak hours, and is within a half a mile of 7 district offices and schools. Moving on to the revisions in this application versus what we saw a year and a half ago when we came presented to you. The primary revision is related to 2 streams of feedback that we received from you and from the other commissions, that we presented to. The first stream was on the left side here, was a very explicit feedback, a sincere interest to ensure that we maximize the affordability of these units and therefore maximize the number of teachers that are served by them, given, again, that we're prioritizing these 100% affordable units for teachers. And that was heard very clearly and very much appreciated. The second stream of feedback was the implicit feedback that we received during this exact same time, the city's undertakings to upzone the whole vicinity around our project. So across the street, El Camino Real focus area was upzoned to 85 feet. Our parcel itself is part of the NVCAP high density zone that was upzoned to 65 feet of height. Relative to our baseline in our application originally, the height maximum was 50%. So what we've done is taken those 2 forms of feedback and said, okay, how can we do better? So we're now providing in this application 25% low income and reduced commensurately the moderate income down to 75%, while at the same time reducing the income threshold that we use to calculate the affordable rents. So normally the city standard is to benchmark at the top of each HCD band. We're going to reduce in both cases by 10%. So the low income will be calculated at 70% of AMI, and the moderate income will be calculated at 110% of AMI. And the way that we're doing that is by embracing this upzoning and increasing by an additional level, adding a floor of residential units. So we have 55 units. We're increasing the parking from 24 units to 31 units, which will also increase our parked ratio ever so slightly. So that's a summary of the main revisions that we wanted to talk about. I also wanted to make sure we spent a lot of time talking about affordable rents and affordability. So I made a huge mistake last time, a year and a half ago, not presenting rents, which left it open to huge amounts of conjecture and concern and anxiety about rents and so forth. This slide is the matrix that determines exactly how rents are calculated. If there's any questions during the Q&A, I'm happy to answer them. I just want to focus on 4 numbers, and those are in colored in boxes in the center of the screen, and those are the rents for the affordable units. So in green, you have the low income studios at $2,048, the low income 1 bedroom at $2,360, the moderate income studio at $3,338, and the moderate income 1 bedroom at $3,834 or $3,835. Again, happy to take any questions later on this. Moving on to the very, I think, contentious the question of affordability. So this slide, we definitely should have presented a year and a half ago, but shame on me. What this represents is the POSD salary grades for the current year overlaid by the HCD income band ranges. And so what you see is in green, represented by green, is 9% of the salary grades qualify for the HCD's low income band rents, affordable rents. The vast majority of salary grades, I think it's 79%, represented in blue, can afford or qualify for the moderate income units, and 13% of the units do not qualify for either of them because they make too much money. And that's a whole policy discussion that we can have later. But this is the qualification for affordable rents. Visually, hopefully it makes it very clear the vast majority of salary grades will be able to qualify for either of those affordable rent categories. Moving on to the more complex question of affordability, not affordable rent. Those are two different things, is the question that I would term as whether or not an affordable rent is affordable to an individual in an individual salary. That's a different question. An individual salary is in this huge range of HCD ranges that can range 60%, for example, within the low income range. So what you see here is the rent to income ratio, which is the most common metric to determine qualification or affordability or the cost burden for an individual in a particular rent. And the important thing is there are wide and varying standards for how this is perceived, what level of affordability is acceptable. So I've included, as you can see in the middle right side, there's references to these varying standards. At the most conservative end is the HUD standard that says no more than 30% should be spent on rent. There's the more common commercial standard for landlords like myself that say 33% is acceptable or 3 times income to a rent. And then our own city's low-income housing administrator, Alta Housing, is much more aggressive. They qualify all the way up to 50%, meaning that they can accept applicants that have only 2 times more income relative to rent, because obviously they want to be more aggressive in getting more accepted applicants. I leave it to you to make a judgment about what's affordable because there is no regulated standard. The important thing is the numbers. The numbers are objective. So in purple, you have, in purple font, it demonstrates all the salary grades that qualify according to the most stringent of standards, the HUD standards. So just look at purple, you can see all those numbers are 30 or less. That is 65% of all salary grades. Addition to that is the blue font that represents the more commercial standard, up to 33%. That's another 19% of all salary grades. So collectively, those two standards make up 84% of all salary grades, which I would argue implies that a vast majority of the teacher salary grades will be able to afford these units, which is a good thing, and I hope you support that. The last thing I want to mention is, and I feel obligated to specifically speak to the Palomino. The Palomino has been a whipping post, and by the way, that's 2755 El Camino. A whipping post for opponents of this project because they say that the unaffordable rents of that project reflect what we're going to have here. And that is not true. That is objectively not true. That project was a market rate project that had 20% deed restricted to workforce housing, which means 121 to 150%. All that is higher than 100% of our rents, which will be at the low income and moderate level. I'm not going to go through the details here, but the yellow represents the currently published Palomino rents, and the green represents our rents. And as you can see, depending on whether you're looking at the high end of the band or the mean, we're over $1,000 less in the studios and over $750 less on the 1 bedrooms. So I'm going to stop there in the interest of time and ask Isaiah to come up. He's our architect, to speak briefly to the revisions to the design. This quick, thank you, Isaiah.
Thank you. Nice to be here with you all tonight. I'm Isaiah Stackhouse of Stackhouse de la Pena Trachtenberg Architects. So since we're here last in September of 2023, we've worked extensively with the city departments to refine the project details, including the building department, transportation, zero waste, urban forestry, utilities, fire, public works, water quality, and also with planning staff, resulting in their recommendation for approval tonight. We've added 11 more affordable units, increased the affordability, as we talked about. We've added an extra level of parking machines to increase the parking from 22 to 32 spaces. And in response to committee comments, we've added 50% more open space. We've widened the driveway. We've added more windows and daylighting. So we've worked with council committees at hearings in September of 23, the ARB and PTC in April of 24, ARB again in November, and the PTC in January, resulting in a project that we think is refined. It's a better project for all of these recommendations. And it's a project that's now recommended for approval by ARB, PTC, and city staff. So thank you. That concludes our brief presentation, but we do have plans available and we're happy to answer any detailed questions about plans or elevations or any of the project details. Thank you.
Okay, this is a quasi judicial matter, so it requires disclosures on the part of council members who have had contact with the developer. So we start to my right with Councilmember Stone.
Mr. Mayor, I've met with the applicant a few times over the last couple of years. To the best of my knowledge, we haven't discussed anything that's not included in the public record.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have met with the applicant by phone a few times since the project was first presented, and I have not learned anything that hasn't been communicated in the public record.
I've met with the applicant, but he did not reveal anything that's not in the packet. I visited the site, but I have nothing to report.
Okay, I too have visited over the last 2 years in various iterations of this with the applicant in person. Haven't reviewed it since it last went to PTC, so nothing to report. Pass, no disclosures. Okay.
I've spoken with the applicant. I've visited the site and I have nothing to report.
And I have twice met with the applicant over the last 2 years and not since the planning commission has last reviewed it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
We currently have 6 requests to speak. Would you like 3 minutes, Marilyn?
Yes.
Our first request is Jennifer DiBrienza. Great. Our next request is Terry B, followed by Mila Z.
Jennifer's not here. Okay. Hi, thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm Terry Baldwin. I'm the president of the Palo Alto Educators Association. And I'm here tonight to voice my enthusiastic support of this vital educator housing project. It's been a collaboration between PAEA and Mr. Matloff and Half Dome Capital. As he said, we've been meeting for, I think, about over 5 years now on this. Educator housing has been a passion of mine since I moved to California to work for the school district 24 years ago. Like many educators, I couldn't afford the rents in Palo Alto and surrounding areas even back then. I've witnessed firsthand how this challenge impacts our teachers and ultimately our students. This project is a game changer. By providing more affordable housing for educators, we can attract and retain the high-quality teachers our students deserve. Today, many educators endure commutes of 2 hours or more each day just to reach their classrooms. Several teachers wanted to be here to attend tonight, but couldn't because of their commutes and the late hour. Imagine the difference it would make if our teachers could live in the communities where they work. Instead of spending hours in traffic, they could dedicate that time to meeting with students, preparing lessons, grading assignments, or simply engaging with our community. Teachers would have the flexibility to attend school events like sporting games, concerts, and plays, activities that enrich both their lives and those of our students. Moreover, having the option to bike or use public transportation to work rather than driving long distances would help our educators reduce their carbon footprint, an issue that resonates deeply with many of us. This project is about more than just housing. It's about strengthening our schools, our students, and our community. I urge you to approve this initiative for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mila Z.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name's Mila Zelka, and I'm the CEO of Manzanita Works, a local nonprofit dedicated to supporting workers and their families to live fruitful, dignified lives. 7 years ago, on January 25th, 2018, our organization kicked off a series of teacher town halls at Gunn High School in collaboration with the County of Santa Clara to hear from educators and educational support staff on their options for available housing or lack thereof. Over 100 teachers attended each of these 6 town halls, and they spoke to their lived experience and wish to live closer to their places of employment. One project directly resulted from those town halls, and it's the 231 Grant Avenue teacher housing development that's in construction right now. Our essential workforce is so crucial to the overall well-being of our community. Their overall ability to thrive is integral to our shared prosperity. Manzanita Works is honored to continue to be in relationship with teachers and educational support staff. We work closely with the Palo Alto Educators Association and the CSEA Local 301 in our Manzanita Coalition, which these 2 voluntary civic organizations established 5 years ago last Saturday. Together, along with essential workers from 4 other districts, healthcare and service sector workers, we are proud to manage a sub-regional TMA, the Ravenswood Transit Consortium, and we've been providing access to free Caltrain passes to essential workers since 2021. In fact, over half of our allocated passes last year went to staff at Palo Alto Unified. This year, Caltrain has nearly quadrupled the number of passes we are allocated and has named Manzanita Works as a regional partner. We have additional programs, including an e-bike loaner program called Essential Wheels for our consortium participants. While we're not familiar with the specifics of this project, we applaud the intent to serve educators. Our essential workforce is at the helm of creating community benefits that are nestled in the voluntary civic sector. And I hope that this project finds us as a resource to help educators get to work easily from their home. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Meb S., followed by Amy A.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Meb Steiner. I am president of the California School Employees Association, Palo Alto Chapter 301. I personally have been a part of Palo Alto since I was 7 years old when my family moved here from India. So a very long time, 1967 to be exact. And what I really want to share is how generous this project is to have a community member offer his company for our educators is amazing. His children went through the school districts, and I just find it so inspiring that someone in our community wants to give that back. It is a win-win for the city, for affordable housing, for our educators, and for our staff as classified staff. We are everyone other than teachers and administrators. So from food service to mental health therapists, custodians, transportation, tech support, you name it, those are our membership, our aides, our clerks. We have a lot of people who are part-time. We have a lot of people in the low income range. So our membership qualifies in both categories, both the low income category and in that middle income category. So it is an exciting opportunity for our staff to also be a part of the school, of this housing project. I cannot express how excited people were as 231 Grant launched. We are now signing people up for the lottery, and there is tremendous interest for that. And I want to thank the council for your support of that project. This is another project that can really be a beacon, can be a lighthouse for how we do this. 55 units is not going to solve the affordable housing
crisis that we have. It's not going to house all of our teachers or educators or staff, but it is a step in the right direction. It is something that can be an example for others. And the fact that all of the units are affordable is amazing, because the requirement, I believe, is only 20% needs to be affordable. This is 100% affordable. So I cannot express enough how much we support this, and we really, really urge the council to move this project forward. And I so look forward to having educators live in the community. I grew up in Palo Alto going to school, and some of my best friends, their parents were my teachers. And I remember going Christmas caroling and things like that to their homes. So it's so critical. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Amy A.
Good evening, Council. Amy Ashton, Executive Director of Palo Alto Forward. We submitted a letter of support and attached over 40 pages of additional support letters from the community. We strongly urge you to approve this innovative and much needed projects. It really represents everything we need more of in our community. More housing for the most essential of our essential workers. It puts more residents near Caltrain, bus lines, and our new El Camino bike lanes. CalAb will have new customers. Please approve this project tonight. It's a victory for all of us in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott O.
Hi, thank you. At dinner tonight, my teens said they were doing a School of Life budgeting exercise at school. After researching rents and incomes, he reported, "Dad, you're going to have to work a little harder on the housing crisis." That stung, folks. So here I am trying to be a good dad, and I think y'all are going to approve this absurdly meritorious project. Please do, of course, but instead of belaboring that entreaty, I'd like to take a step back and make a bigger picture point. PHZ was established not just as a relief valve for absurdly meritorious projects stymied by zoning, or even mainly about that. It's supposed to be about learning what it takes to get housing built in Palo Alto. By offering a freestyle process that gets projects quickly to council for a pre-screen, the program seeks to allow the city, that's you, to understand how the rules need to change. So I'd invite council to approach some of this meeting with what us nerds call a postmortem. I hear doctors say that too. Maybe ask the applicants what's working, what's not. When can we expect their next project? Ask yourselves how much appetite there could be for allowing more projects like this without years of hearings. In the approval motion, knock on wood, I'd love to hear some direction that gets the ball rolling on broader reforms that this project seems to y'all to motivate. Most of El Camino Real does not qualify for the area standards this latest iteration is inspired by. Maybe more should? Consider, please. From our perspectives, this project is almost over. From the applicants, it still hasn't started. Their earliest filing was April 2023, and next step for them is permits, more paperwork, not moving atoms on El Camino. These applicants are so brave to use this process. And I'll tell you, we don't have enough brave developers for my kids to have a future home here. And if we did, the city doesn't have the capacity to process brave applications like this at scale. PHC is about learning. This moment is precious. Please leverage it as hard as you can. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Jennifer and Jesse.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Sorry, I'm Jennifer DiBrienza. I could not figure out how to change my name once I was already on the call. Good evening, council members. Good to talk to you for a second time tonight. I am calling in full support of this project. The meeting that you are still sitting in began tonight with your SEIU members talking with you about negotiations. And one of their main points was how far many of them have to travel to work each day as the cost of housing here is so high. The same is true for PAUSD staff. Many of them travel far distance, and this would help a lot. Then you had a study session about homelessness, where staff discussed the numbers of cost burden renters. almost 1,500 in the moderate and low income categories alone. These are categories that our teachers and staff fit into. They're paying a tremendous amount for housing. The study also showed that there are very few of those median, moderate income units that are in the hopper. Many, many are needed, and there aren't that many already being built. We've heard from some commissioners, some residents claim that they aren't affordable enough. These are affordable in what is needed, right? This is the salary, they match the salaries that our staff are making. And our staff are telling us that they are desperate for these units. You have had PAUSD staff endorse this project and come speak in support of it. Both the certificated and classified unions have endorsed it. I predict this is probably the easiest vote you will take this year. Please approve it tonight and let Mr. Metloff begin this work and get our staff into these units. Thank you so much for all of your work.
That concludes public comment on agenda item 15.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's come back to council with questions of staff or the developer. Councilmember Stone.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had my my light on, but I'll take it. So first, do want to thank you, Mr. Matloff, and I'm sure your very patient wife for all your work in making this project work over the years and really bringing what I think is now finally a good, complete project to the council to be able to fill a critical need. So I just want to thank you for that. Do you have a few questions for staff? Maybe for you as well. First one to staff. One of the ARB's additional conditions of approval was to consider a schedule for garage door operations, such as only like it might be open only during certain hours. I don't really understand that recommendation. Can you speak to that a little more?
Yeah, so some of the conversations around that specific issue was concerns about the sort of right in, right out entry exit to the property and coming off of El Camino. A lot of the conversation was focused around how quickly the door will go up. And a part of what the applicant had proposed in the application is to use a high-speed door that will open within 3 to 5 seconds, which I actually saw a couple of them today at another site inspection, and they do, as soon as you hit the button, really sort of fly up very quickly. And the idea would be, with a fob, when you're sort of coming in, you hit that maybe a little bit further down the street on El Camino or on Lambert, and it'll open up so you can pull in. But the ARB's concern was that if that door is left open for a certain window, there's no need to sort of potentially introduce the possibility that someone maybe grabs the key fob late, sort of idles slightly on El Camino until the door opens and then turns in.
Okay, so there's no curfew on the parking garage. I guess that was my main concern. I'm seeing heads nodding or shaking, so good. Okay, and then kind of following up on that, that concern of El Camino, what design elements are being incorporated to be able to avoid traffic backup on El Camino in the afternoon, especially when residents are returning, trying to get into the garage? I mean, I think most projects I wouldn't be concerned about it, but since our hope is that we're going to be having mostly local teachers in that housing development, we're going to have this kind of unique scenario where people are going to be getting off of work at about the same time and maybe returning home around the same time. So I'm just concerned about potential issues there.
Yeah, so in addition to the one that we were just talking about, one of the other suggestions the ARB had was to recess the garage door back so that it can provide a queue space for one vehicle. That's something that the applicant has a couple of slides they can show that to. The ARB sort of juggled the question of whether that architecturally would sort of look like, a missing tooth, in a sense, right, on a smile, and whether that would disrupt that design issue. But I think overall their thoughts were that with a high-speed door or even, and, potentially even having this time frame for when the doors sort of always left open, that it would resolve that issue that there's not going to be sort of a queuing capacity onto El Camino because the door will be open perpetually within the time frame where people are coming in, leaving in the morning, or coming in during those sort of normal traffic hours.
Okay, that's helpful. And I think maybe the door staying open during that time makes the most sense. And then, so curious here, what happens when a resident's income raises beyond the AMI threshold? What happens to that? What happens to that resident? Are they given notice that they're then going to have to move out? Has that been dealt with?
Typically, that is the case. If in the event that they're sort of a low-income individual or qualify in the low-income band, then can qualify within the moderate income band, they wouldn't necessarily need to sort of be, if you think about it, be kicked out. They may be able to move into a unit on the same project that's in that moderate income category. But for the moderate income category, there would be a notice that they'd be provided, and they'd be given ample time to find, sort of other accommodations. But I believe either Ms. Stone or maybe even Mr. Yang, who's the deputy city attorney, may be able to speak to that a little bit more about what is the actual sort of time frame for when they need to leave from the building.
Yeah, I'm curious on the time frame of that.
Yeah, so there are a variety of approaches that we could take, and this is typically negotiated in the regulatory agreement prior to building permit. But in the past, we've had a 6-month period after which the resident would need to move out, or we've also had allowed the resident to remain in the unit until organically they leave the property. So either of those are options, and particularly because this project isn't using other funding sources that have stringent requirements, we have a lot of flexibility in how we handle those situations.
That's great. That was going to be my follow-up question. I mean, I think at the very least, we should, given again the kind of the nature of it being educators, and we don't want to be displacing educators in the middle of the school year. I think at the very least, it should be if you kind of grow out of the income restrictions, that you should be allowed to be able to stay until the end of the school year or the start of the following school year. But I'm also interested in discussions and maybe hearing the perspective of the Educators Association as far as if we want to allow it. I think as you described it, naturally occur for somebody to move out, even if they pass the income threshold. So I don't know if through the chair, be okay to have Ms. Baldwin speak to that.
Sure.
Thank you.
If she chooses to.
And you.
Yeah, no, he said it. Thank you. Sorry, I was in the middle of something. I think it would be better if they could do it at the end of the school year in the summer, not like right away. If it's during the school year, it makes it a little bit harder. Plus, that gives them some time to find other housing in that time.
Great. Thank you. Sorry, I'm over time. Those are my questions. I'll reserve my thoughts until later.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Was my button pushed? Thank you. It was?
You guys are pushing my buttons right now.
Okay. Okay. I want to offer gratitude to Mr. Matloff and the architectural firm, to staff and the ARB and the PTC and the members of the public who've spoken so eloquently about the need for this project. I want you to know that my own son is a POS D staff member working as an aide supporting kids with special needs, proud member of CSEA. Unfortunately makes way too little to even qualify for the low income band, and therefore will continue to live with us for the foreseeable future. But I am persuaded that thanks to the charts that you pulled up tonight, that the perplexing question of affordability has been laid to rest. I know it was such a complicated issue last time. I wonder if you might bring up that second chart again, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, to ask Mr. Matloff to bring up the one that showed the percentages, the percentage of one's income that would go toward rent. You had a band that demonstrated for most people, it was 30% of their income or under. And then there was a second band, I guess it was the purple, you said. Can you just walk us through that one more time, please?
Thank you. Can you see my cursor here? So each one of these numbers represents, for that particular salary grade, what the rent ratio is relative to the affordable rent that they qualify for, which is a lot of words. Hopefully it makes sense. So the one that I'm on right now, coincidentally, everything in purple are cells or salary grades that qualify according to the most stringent standard, the 30% standard. So for example, that one is a moderate income and it's exactly 30%. The affordable rent for this studio, this chart, by the way, is for studio one person households. The affordable rent, I think it's $2,060 or something like that, is exactly 30% of their gross income. And then, comparably, the rest of them are, up or down. Obviously, the more you make as you go down, the lower the rent rate, the rent burden is. Does that make sense?
It does.
Oh, and let me make one other comment. The one thing that was very difficult last time, and I was totally unprepared and it was my fault, is I want to point out that these income bands that the HCD establishes are huge. So the low income band has a 60% range from the bottom to the top. So because it's, almost double, therefore, at the top, you can't make a judgment about affordability to the entire band. It's just not possible. So that's why I'm trying to make it more specific to the salary grades. This is not a discussion we would have if it wasn't for the fact that we're trying to house teachers and answer a specific question. If I was just building affordable housing, we'd say, well, there's this percentage, low income and this percentage moderate income. And that's just what it is. We're asking a more complex question and I should have been better prepared, and hopefully this does that.
I think it does. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Councilman Rectal.
Yeah, thank you to the applicant, who was also very patient. This has been a long haul. Questions, will everyone in the development get transit passes?
So a question to staff or to the applicant?
Whoever can answer it.
The TDM plan proposes to provide free VTA passes to all the tenants.
All residents. So
Yes.
if there's two people in an apartment, they both get VTA passes.
Yes, presumably.
Okay. And looking at which is it, 468, it says something about free transit passes, and then it says income eligible. What does that mean? On packet page 468. I guess that's irrelevant. If everyone's going to get it, everyone gets it. We can move on. Electric bikes, it says roughly $5 per hour. If someone takes an electric bike and goes to school and parks it at school, does the meter keep on running or does it stop running?
The applicant can speak to that.
I don't know. I thought I had said $1 an hour. Basically, we're just trying to prevent people from squatting on them. We don't plan to make money on this, so I'm not sure where the $5 came from. But yes, the clock will run.
It said less than $5 an hour.
Oh, okay. So I had said verbally before. This is obviously it's a rounding area to our larger financial plan, but the only reason for charging for them is so people just don't leave them places and they have some incentive to bring it back. So the answer to your question is yes, the clock runs because we want other tenants to be able to use them. We don't want them to be left, in a park somewhere.
Okay, so these would be dedicated bikes that only would be returnable to your facility.
Yeah, they can be parked wherever, and they will actually have locks on them. They're actually quite cool little systems. They have software and apps and stuff like that track them. But they will be charged while they're in use to prevent abuse.
Okay, and then also, both a transit pass, that's really good if you're trying to eliminate cars. Electric bikes, if they have to go over to Molly Stone's or pick up bagels at Izzy's, they can just hop on the bike. That's really good. What about zip cars? What's the nearest zip car rental from your location?
Yeah, that's a good, interesting question. I had a discussion with this with Councilmember Burt when it was, I think, Mayor Burt at the time. We try to engage Zipcar, and I would like to think that, I mean, if you just think macro perspective, we're building a ton of housing right here. You guys have upzoned this whole area. We should, and you know, AB 2097, all these, we want to have less cars. Zip cars or shared cars, not Zipcar, but shared cars is a way to do that. We should, as a city, I highly urge the city to consider engaging with them to provide public parking support for that, because they need to park their cars someplace. So I don't know what the answer to your question is, but I think you're on the right path. I think if we want to reduce cars, like the teachers, they're going to need to use cars, you know, to go to Tahoe or to go to Santa Cruz or whatever, even if they're riding their bikes to class. And so, you know, Caltrain's one option, Zipcar's another. So we should be engaging as a city as part of it. It's easy too, right? We have lots of new parking, and Mayor Burt or Councilmember Burt can speak to this. Maybe I'll shut up and let you speak. But I agree with where you're going.
Okay, thank you. That's all my
Just to
questions.
note, the closest one looking at their website right now is at Clock Tower Square, so across the street, which is 3000 El Camino.
Oh, excellent. Okay, thank you.
That's as of right now, so I can't guarantee in the future.
And that's the thing that's hard about this, is that there's no guarantee. And so even if there was a Zipcar across the street, you can't guarantee that 2 years from now it's still going to be there. From a zoning standpoint, that's really difficult.
Right. And we do have Uber and Lyft and our own Palo Alto Link as mobility options as well.
Yeah. But if you're going to go to Santa Cruz, you're not going to take Uber to Santa Cruz, right? But I guess you could, but you get to know your Uber driver very well. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I'll just, even though there's questions, I'll follow on the Zipcar. I really do think that this is something that we should be looking at, deliberate central locations. One small location with 50 units doesn't probably create the critical mass for it, but people will walk a couple blocks to get to a shared vehicle. And it, I think, is the difference between people relying on active transportation and transit 80-90% of the time, but still needing a car for that 10% and solving that other remainder. I want to follow on to Councilmember Stone's questions around the AMI breakdowns and migrating out of a category. And we have really two steps here, right? In income, 70% and then the 110. Was there any discussion about, even though it may not fall into a specific income category, of having a third step in between those two, so that a resident would not necessarily go up to a big jump all at once because they got a small raise? And to go put a 90% category in there and have the rent be in proportion to that increase. So have the rent be in between the 70% and the 110, and just have a third category. And is it all right if I ask the applicant whether that has been considered, and whether that would be something that might be considered if not?
It hasn't been brought up, to be honest, before, and I've modeled a ton of different things over the last 5 years. I have not modeled that, primarily because, I mean, I think I'm bound by the HCD regulations, which are, there's an affordable rent for low income, and there's an affordable rent for moderate income, and there's an affordable rent for, I don't know. The way I've read and interpreted it is as such. So I have not modeled it as such. I don't know if is that correct, that there is specific income bands with an affordable rent?
Well, so I think for the 20% that we require as a part of the planned home zoning, there's the 80% AMI threshold, which we've addressed. The applicant is seeking to have the balance of the units qualify as affordable housing. And so that would go up to the 120% AMI. There's nothing inherently restrictive about having a moderate income, which is at 100% AMI roughly, to be a part of the project. I just don't know that it's been modeled out from an economic feasibility standpoint from the applicant's perspective.
I actually, now your comment allowed me to think through the implications. Now thinking through it, I think stating the obvious, we wouldn't be able to, let's say in your scenario, add a 90% AMI level of rent if we didn't reduce the 70% AMI level rent. And then, you know, it's all just a balancing act. So that would have a negative effect. And, you know, I would defer to Meb and Terry. We have had this discussions. People have asked, for example, could we have, I don't remember the specific question, but the net effect is the same. And that is that if we take away, if we add a 90% level, effectively you're taking away. It's just balancing.
So the question would be balancing between someone who's residing there, and do we favor allowing that resident to continue to reside there? Say they can't afford the bump to the 110, or technically 120, but what you model 110. Is it a bit that value versus getting somebody else in at the 70? And so we could, in theory, say that X percent of the units, and you wouldn't need you're not going to have a high percentage of folks transitioning at a given time, could be in that middle category, just a limited percentage of the units. And that actually would be a little higher income to you.
That's true, right?
But allow some transitioning of a resident to not get booted simply because they got a small raise.
Yeah, that actually totally, I obviously would have no objection to that. I thought the question was, as I thought about it more, allocating some of the 110% units down to 90. Obviously, that's going to have a net negative impact. But the transition, I mean, it's really that whole question that the council member Stone brought up. I am totally amenable to whatever the teachers or the council wants in terms of transitioning out, and waiting until the end of the school year makes sense. I'm obviously happy to entertain your proposal. It net benefits me economically, but I think it's also fair. So
well, it's worth us contemplating. And then I did have a question for staff as well. I saw that in at least one of the letters we received from this, I think Palo Alto Forward, they said that this project had no subsidies from the city, but we are waiving the impact fees, correct? And I think that's a necessity to facilitate these income levels that we've for decades, the kind of the middle income levels are the ones that we've had the greatest struggle providing in this community, and it needs some form of subsidy to get it through with the land values that we have. But what are the dollars associated with that waiver?
Yeah, generally it's about if we were not waiving any of the impact fees, for example, and using our structure now, it would be between $3.5 to $4 million is what the impact fees would come out to. But because council's already previously decided that 100% affordable housing projects don't have that requirement, then obviously the answer would be zero right now.
And I just want to make sure the community understands that that this is a project that we are partnering on through waiving those impact fees in a deliberate way. So thanks.
Vice Mayor Baker.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Matloff, for your patience and persistence with this project. I was very impressed with it last time, and I certainly appreciate the improvements of the responsiveness to our comments and the more detailed explanation of the affordability issue. I just had one technical question on that, because the chart that's up is tremendously helpful, and I like the color coding and followed you. You took us very carefully through that explanation. It's really helpful to see. There was one phrase you used that caught my attention, talking about, and I think it was also referenced in the staff slides, talking about the percentage of income bands that were at the different affordability levels. And I think it was 79% total, something like that. And I think I'm hearing there's a slight difference between the number of income bands versus the number of people or teachers that would be eligible, because I don't know what the distribution of income in PAUSD is within these bands. Can you help us sort of translate that chart to people?
Thank you. This has been quite a lesson in regulatory interpretation for me, who is obviously not involved in those things normally. So there are two important terms. One is, what is the calculated affordable rent? And that's, I'm going to talk about that here. And I think that's what you're referring to. And that is from HCD. That's, per these wide income bands, how do you come up with one rent that's calculated for each, significant income band? Then there's the question of who, or whether or not one of those affordable rents is affordable to an individual. Those are two they sound like the same thing, but they're totally different things. The number in the staff report refers to this chart. This chart is an overlay of the POSD salary grades for the teachers, overlaid by the HCD income bands. And the staff report, if you're referring to what I'm thinking you're referring to, refers to how many qualify for low income, and that's 9%. How many qualify for moderate income, and that's 79%. And then the remainder is the 13% that don't qualify because they make too much money. So that's who qualifies for the calculated affordable rents.
And so that's 9% of the people.
9%.
Not 9% of the income bands, or
it's 9% of the salary, the published salary grades. And I don't think anybody has the number on how many teachers are in each salary grade. I don't.
That's what I'm getting at. Because
Even the president of the union doesn't know that. So
okay. Because what I don't know is, are they gathered in the middle? Are they more toward the top? Are they more toward the bottom? We could assume an even distribution, and then the percent of salary bands is representative of the percent of teachers. But if it's not an even distribution, it could be better or worse. Probably still good enough for our purposes, but I think they're two distinct concepts.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question, and I think someone else has brought it up before. My totally uninformed assumption has been that the line of most density would go from the top left of this chart to the bottom right. The younger the teachers are, the less post-baccalaureate experience they have, which is the x-axis in this chart, which is good because that means the young teachers who we're trying to recruit and retain would qualify for the low income rents. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, and I guess if we have plenty of teachers who need housing at all the levels, it's almost irrelevant. I just was sort of curious, where the greatest need was in the income distribution of teachers, or school employees, I should say more broadly.
So importantly, you hit on a very important point. There are 1,600 members of the two unions. We're talking about trying to get 55 of them.
Yeah.
So I think, we're talking about extremely small single-digit numbers.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that clarification. I love this idea. I think it was Councilmember Burt who at our retreat pointed out that I think a majority of us here on council have parents who were teachers. So, we're kind of an easy sell group. I also had a daughter who worked at PAUSD as a teacher's aide for some time in second and third grade classes. I really, the point that resonated with me before and resonated with me again tonight, when I think, Terry, you may have made it, is that when you can have teachers living in the community in which they teach, there's just something incredibly valuable about that that's not measurable on any of these charts. For the teachers and all the employees who serve our students, to get to know the community through, whatever community events they do, whether it's, pickleball or houses of worship or volunteer work, you just begin to understand the environment from which the children come and for good and ill. I mean, all the cultural richness, but maybe also the pressures in a way that's deeper and has got to be helpful in doing their job. So helping 55 more units worth of school employees have that background is something I find very, very valuable. And thank you for helping us achieve. It's meaningful to me that Ms. Baldwin and Ms. Steiner are here, both, vouching in that this is something that the people whom you represent want and support. They know better than we what's affordable and desirable to them. The fact that the ARB and the PTC has supported this, it's all good. So I support it as well, and I thank you and commend you for your work.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. And thank you to the applicants and public speakers. One quick clarifying question about procedure. So you were saying that the terms in which we would manage transitions and AMI jumps and things like that would happen in a regulatory agreement, which is negotiated presumably at a staff level, post disapproval, but before building permits are issued. So what is most useful direction for staff tonight? Should we give direction on what we'd like to see in our motion, or should we try to actually specify some rules? What's the general best practice?
So if the council has an interest in adding some direction on how we would approach that negotiation, then please definitely provide that. I would say you don't need to figure out the wording, but if there's a sense for what you want us to do, that's all we need.
It can be part of the motion of referral back to staff.
I'm happy to make a motion, but I know other lights are on, so we can come back to that.
I'd like to add a few things. First of all, I want to say thanks to the ARB and particularly the PTC. This has gone through a lot of revs, as the developer well knows. And thank you and your spouse for your stamina and ongoing commitment to it. I think this is a better project because of the collective work of staff and the developer and ARB and PTC. So I love that there's ending up with more units because more people get this kind of housing. And I'm delighted that there's a full TDM in there. These, I think you're taking a bit of a market risk because they're so small, because people might stay there a year and move out, but that's okay because there's a lot of more new teachers coming in. But that's kind of the risk that you're taking, and we are hoping that it works, and we're hoping you're full all the time. There are some ways that non-teachers can get in here. So I would just like the developer to speak to sort of the details of the recruitment of teachers and how long and how often you try before you can fill it with a non-teacher. And then I presume that once the non-teacher moves out, the process is the same for the apartment the next time. So could you just sort of take us through some of the
So we have, through the 5 long years of working together, we have developed operating an agreement of how we're going to manage this. That we have, bilaterally executed with each of the 2 unions. And the way it's going to work is at the highest level, the unions will have 2 weeks of right of first refusal for every time there's a resignation and an availability of a unit. And during that time, if they have qualified applicants, great, we'll fill it, from the top, and they're going to have a prioritized list. And if after 2 weeks there is not an expressed interest from a qualified applicant that's a member of the unions, then we will go to the open market, the general market. But importantly, will be bound by the deed restrictions on rent, regardless of who it goes to. So we have zero incentive. In fact, we have a greater incentive to work with our partners because it's easier. But that's the way it'll work.
And the prioritization for you is going to be what? Credit kind of stuff, or?
Well, it'll take a first cut. So the first cut of prioritization is their list will be prioritized, right? So the first come, first served. People who have been on the list the longest will be prioritized first. Kind of self-fulfilling is they'll be self-qualified, right? The low-income units will be qualified for the people that are in the low-income band. It's fortunately for me, I don't have to do a lot of work on that because their salary is stated, right? That won't be a problem. But the prioritization within the unions will be managed between us and the unions and their members.
Okay, and the staff report stated that something along the lines of there's no requirements that teachers be tenants. And I get that because there are going to be some in there that aren't tenants potentially. But wouldn't it make sense to put in there the norm of how they're going to operate, which is that there's going to be a prioritization and a first right of refusal?
Yes, to your first question, that there's no guarantee that it's only going to be teachers or that there are going to be any teachers occupying there. In previous staff reports, which were linked to this staff report, there is discussion about that specific issue. And as Mr. Matloff was talking about, what we would incorporate into our regulatory agreement would be this prioritization for teachers. And once that period passes, then, our administrator would pull from, the other sort of outstanding list that we have of available applicants.
Right, but should that be stated somewhere in the development agreement?
So
I like your clarification because that's more accurate.
Yeah.
So that's good.
So we were going to do that as part of the regulatory agreement. If
Yeah.
the council feels like you want to include that as part of the record, that could be part of your motion as well to make reference to that.
Yeah.
But it is something that we were going to do anyways.
Yeah, that's what I figured. But again, it's good for the public to know that there's not a 100% requirement, but at this point, the developer is completely committed to that, as are the school unions. And the last item is that staff, I think wasn't brought up, or maybe it was PTC, the issue around a discount for affordable, unbundled parking. Is that staff that worked that one out?
So what was proposed initially was the application would have all the units charged a flat rate, and that in the staff report was noted by the applicant as $150 per unit. And what we had identified in the staff report was an alternative, should council consider it, which was an option of either sort of 4% or 5% based off of rent plus the utility allowance that's baked into the table that what I had shown in my presentation and what's in the staff report. And that 4 to 5% really just captures a range between what was proposed by the applicant, lower, higher for the lower income, the moderate income. So there is a condition of approval, a draft condition of approval, which I can find and point out to you in the record of land use action that talks about this.
Okay, so it's incorporated. That's what I was asking, if it was incorporated in the.
Currently, yes, but it's, I believe, incorporated as that 4 or 5%, but let me confirm that.
And does the applicant have a strong opinion on that?
You're asking about the variability of rent between a low income unbundled parking for a low income versus a moderate income. Yeah. I'm fine with that. I mean, so yes, I'd be fine with that.
Okay. I'd be interested in stipulating that. It just makes perfect sense.
So it's a condition of, it's on packet page 434, and it's condition 14B.
Okay. That's all I have, but we can do another round apparently. Councilmember Stone.
Well, real quick for the applicant, if through the chair, one question I've been trying to understand is, do you have a range on average, how much from the first iteration when you came before us during the pre-screening and now the average price of the drop in rents?
From the pre-screening, they're actually, well, that's a good question. I would say 10% lower.
Okay.
I'd kind of committed live in real time at the pre-screen, if you remember, to bringing down the moderate to 110, but that's because I wasn't well prepared, as I've already acknowledged. But yes, I would say 10%.
Great, thank you, appreciate it. I'm ready to make a motion if Chair's ready to entertain one.
You can, there's another light, but we could take that after the motions.
Okay, appreciate it. Well, then I gave the motion to the clerk, essentially move the staff motion and then incorporate into the regulatory agreement to allow the owner to designate low-income unit as a moderate income unit with a countervailing redesignation of a previously moderate income unit to a low income unit. I think that's important because the applicant had mentioned if somebody was a low income, they get a raise, they go into the moderate income, they would then have to move out of that unit, go into a moderate income unit. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And somebody's had to move around in apartments. It is such a pain. So to be able to provide the owner to be able to do that, to allow a resident to be able to stay in their apartment, I think would be beneficial. Then if the tenant exceeds the maximum allowable income, they will be allowed to stay on the unit until the completion of the school year. I would hope in the regulatory agreement, staff could, obviously, I don't think that should mean the last day of school, you have to move out sometime in the summer, July 1st, whatever, but hopefully staff can work out those details and then include a preference for PAUSD teachers. So that's the motion. I'll see if I have a second and then I'll speak to it. Great, thank you. And as I said before, I think this is a great project. My only concern has been the unbundling parking for low income parking, but I think an exception should be able to be made here. And this project is filling a critical need in this community to be able to house low to moderate income residents with a priority for our city's teachers. And we all know our schools are one of the primary reasons why people move to Palo Alto. And it's not the walls of the school or the playing fields that make our schools great. It's the teachers and other school personnel who make it so. But if we're not able to find a way to be able to house them, we're going to lose them. And while this project is by no means a panacea to this crisis, we've seen the numbers and this is only 55 units, but 55 units is still pretty incredible. I think this is a really strong step in the right direction. So I think it's not only meeting a critical need, but I also think, again, why we should be as concerned about the reduction in parking here and the unbundling of the parking is, again, hopes that majority of the residents will be teachers within about a half mile of, I believe, 7 schools, the district office. This is a perfect opportunity for, and the availability of the free transit passes. I appreciate that. Great opportunity for residents to be able to bus, bike, walk, carpool. I do hope that maybe prospective PHC applicants are not now considering unbundling parking for low income residents. I just think this particular project, it makes sense. So it doesn't bother me. And so yeah, I think this is a great project. We need to be a little more aggressive on our housing development if we're going to avoid the consequences of the midpoint check-in on our housing element. The site was identified for market rate housing with a capacity at 44 units. Here we have 100% affordable housing units and 55 of those units. So that is great. But I do just want to point out one thing. A speaker earlier spoke to using this moment as a post-mortem about our housing process. And I think we should, but I think we need to also recognize that when this project first came to this body on pre-screening, and we heard from several housing advocates at that time to blindly support the project and to give it our full support without objection. But instead, what this council did was clearly indicated we wanted to see this project move forward. We just had some, I think, very reasonable concerns about the affordability piece, the parking piece, and we were able to then work with the applicant through our Palo Alto process to be able to bring a project back that is deeper levels of affordability, better parking, and ultimately a better project for our community's teachers and for the Palo Alto community for decades to come. So did it take a little longer to get here? Yes, but for a project that is going to last for decades to be able to benefit this community and the teachers that serve us, it was absolutely worth it. So I think as far as the postmortem goes, well done to this council, to the PTC, to staff, and especially to the Palo Alto Educators Association, and of course, absolutely to the applicant, really kind of bringing this forward and really excited to be able to see this move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember. Did you mean to include in the unbundled parking, are you meaning to improve the stages of parking according to the rent?
Sorry, however, step that 4 to 5%, that was the thing that's already incorporated?
Yeah, it's currently incorporated in the draft record of land use as 14B.
Yeah, I didn't intend to change it.
Okay, let's see, Councilman Rectal's been patient. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Pat.
Okay, so I support comments by Councilmember Stone. I did want to ask whether he would be receptive to an amendment to allow up to 2 of the units to transition to 100% AMI or average of the 90% rent, but to allow for the 80% AMI or 70, I don't know which we call it, but that lower income residents to not have a large step jump at once.
I don't have a big concern with that as long as the applicant doesn't have is not going to make it financially
he said
feasible.
earlier it's actually slightly favorable.
Yeah, so I don't have an issue with it.
Okay. And then just a couple comments. One, this isn't a postmortem. This is a success, not a death. And so I think we should think of it that way. And I know there are members of the housing advocacy community who think that anything other than exactly what they're asking for is a failure, but I simply don't agree. And then I do want to note that we need to recognize this is an 80-foot tall building in an area on the side of El Camino that there is nothing comparable. And the ones on the other side of El Camino that we have approved in a similar height have step backs. This didn't. It's a small parcel. They couldn't get those number of units. This is a real trade-off. And as of right now, it will stand out exceptionally from its surrounding. And we just need to be above board about that and recognize it and still support the project. But it's not without consequence there. And then the last thing I wanted to ask staff, I'm not sure that it would be appropriate in this motion to request that staff, not as a condition of this project, but as a referral. I guess we could maybe be appropriate that way to pursue car sharing in areas, in this area and other areas where we are adding extensive amounts of housing or commercial with reduced parking. So I don't know if that's an appropriate referral here, or I should wait for another occasion.
There may be a better occasion. I think this is certainly something that we'd want our new chief transportation official to weigh in on. I do suspect it is a substantial amount of work, and so would need to be factored into a work plan.
Yeah, I'll just say that I suspect that it can be factored into certain significant developments that occur as one of the TDM measures. And at last, I did want to speak to the unbundled parking, which I think unbundled parking has real problems, but this design is nuanced and thoughtful and much better than what might occur in kind of just the original proposal on unbundled parking. I'll give us an example. The podium parking structure that is cornered by Sheridan Birch Park in Oregon. implemented unbundled parking about 7 years ago. And it is today typically half empty, and those cars are on the street. People didn't sell their cars. But this nuanced one, I'm really pleased to see that it can be done in a way that isn't just kind of punitive on the residents and simply a new revenue measure that would undermine the affordability, which it does not. This is a well done. Thanks.
Councilman Recto.
Yeah, when I visited the site, it really is a very small parcel. You're making very good use of it. But I also had to think, if you could combine that with a parcel on either side, this has been so much easier to build, so much more efficient. I'm sure the price per unit would go down. So for our point, this is not the applicant's problem, but we really need to incentivize all these small lots in El Camino combined, because the community will get a better process, get a better product. We'll have less curb cuts. In this case, you can maybe have the curb cut on Lambert instead of El Camino. There'd be a lot of upside. And so that's really, we could really improve El Camino if we can encourage consolidation. On a second issue, my parents were teachers, and their teacher friends were some of the most outgoing, enjoyable people I've ever met. And if you filled this this project with teachers, that is going to be a very attractive place to live. And having teachers as all your neighbors, I would be very, very excited to move in that. And that might be one of the biggest draws. Council member Burt had mentioned that this does have a subsidy. And we have a lot of emails, and a lot of the emails were somewhat deceptive, not quite accurate. One of them was that there was no subsidy. There was a subsidy. And the other kind of misleading fact is that this is the only way that teachers can afford to live in Palo Alto. And that's not the case either. There are places down the street that are cheaper than this. This is newer construction, so it's a little apples and oranges. But this is an affordable place. It's not necessarily the lowest in Palo Alto, but it will be a reasonable place, and also new construction. I think this would be a very attractive place to live. But I don't think the public quite understands that there are other places that are cheaper than this. Unbundled parking. Yeah, when this went to PTC, I said, unbundled parking can be really good, can be really bad. If you can attract the people who don't have cars, this is a big win. They can move in and they don't have to pay for it. When it's bundled together, everyone, whether they have a car or not, is paying for that parking spot. But if you unbundle it, the people who don't have cars don't have to pay for that overhead. And that's a big win for them. And so if you really can attract those people, it's a big win. But the danger is that you don't attract those people, and instead you attract people who are tightwads, who park their car down the block and save $150 every month. And that's the bad. And so what we really want to do is we have these aggressive TDM attempts to try and attract people who don't have cars. But we need a measurement of that. If you look at on packet page 449, the TDM analysis that Hexon did said we have 30 parking spots now. If they're predicting in the morning you'll have 11 outbound trips. Out of 30 cars, only 11 will be used in the morning. And if that was a casino bet, I would take it. I think it's going to be far more than 11. Yeah, and so, and that doesn't mean that we shouldn't build this. What I'm saying is our crystal ball is really foggy right now. And our job here is if we want to take a risk, we should learn something from that risk. So we really have to have some good way of measuring, are we getting overflow parking, or are we really attracting people who aren't driving much? And is there a way, this question for staff, is there a way for us to determine who's registered a car that lives here? Because DMV records are public access. Is that easy for the city to do, to access?
Short answer is no, not really. To be able to go through the street and sort of track every car and try to tie it to a certain parcel, it's not really possible.
Ask the reverse. The reverse is call DMV up and say, I want to know every car that's registered at this location.
I think the answer again is no on that one, but.
So we can get DMV data. It's not as simple as calling them up, and there's a cost for receiving it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know that we can get it on a particular property. Where we've done it before was downtown, where the data was so there would be some work we need to do with that. I mean, there's.
Okay, is there any other way that we can do? We tried to do Peers and Peers tried to do that car count, and that was problematic. I think there was some undercounts there, and that was really difficult to try and figure out how many cars were associated with each unit. Is there, how can we determine whether these aggressive TDM methods are working or not?
Would typically, and I would invite our colleagues from the Office of Transportation to join in, but typically it takes some time for the TDM plans to get implemented. I think there's usually a 1.5 or 2-year program to get them up and running and implemented. And then it's a matter of going out and doing the inspection and verifying compliance with the TDM plan.
And how would they verify
and I'm sorry, I'm missing part of the concern that you're trying to mitigate. The concern
is we're hoping that the people who are living here don't have cars, but we don't know whether they don't have cars or whether they're just parking the cars 2 blocks away. How can we determine whether this is successful? Because the problem is that if they're parking the cars in the neighborhood, that affects the neighbors, but it also means the next project that comes in won't pencil out because all the early mover has taken all the street parking away, and now we've made it harder for subsequent developments to pencil out.
Well, I think that's part of the challenge we have when we're trying to balance housing production and reductions in parking for the development. I mean, I hear the concern.
And so what I want to do is not so much the fact that I want to drive this to have no street parking. I want to know how many street parkings we have, so the next project we can use this to learn and say, yes, on this previous project, we were able to get it down to this level, and therefore with these same TDM plans, we can do it here. And now we have information as opposed to just kind of feeling in the dark about how much parking should we really have.
So again, there may be some other, I don't know if Ms. Starlight wants to weigh in. The only other thing that I can think of is, I think it becomes problematic when that responsibility is on the city to maybe verify that in some ways, but you could impose as a part of the TDM plan, a survey that the owner would conduct of its tenants to get information about car ownership. But sounds like you're looking for something that can be verified through some kind of governmental source, and I just think that adds to some of the complication.
I think yes, Director Late's pointed out really the limitation, which is one of privacy on the individual residents, and so it really is typically done as
but
he
you
described
can
through a survey.
You can buy it from data brokers. So I would think
you can get it aggregated, but not to the point that it would really be identifiable to the individual.
We don't care about
person
that.
on
We
the
just want to
street.
know.
Well, I think we've raised the issue, and maybe we don't need to go into too much more detail as they start writing the development agreement in the TDM. That's what I would suggest. I mean, you're giving direction on that to try to get a more quantitative TDM on street car spillover into the streets, which is perfectly valid.
Yeah, I'm just worried that we've never done a good TDM plan, and without some arm twisting, I don't think we will. That's my concern. Now,
I'm not suggesting you drop it. I suggest that maybe we've gone as far as we can tonight.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, but that is a concern, is that this should be a learning experience, so we know next development that we know that these aggressive TDM actions work. Good enough. Okay. one last thing. I would like a friendly amendment. There was a PTC recommended on packet page 408 two conditions of approval. One is that future residents be notified that if a future residential parking permit will be enacted, this site possibly could be excluded from it. So there's no guarantee that they could necessarily continue parking in the street. That's just a disclosure. And the second was that the property manager shall provide an annual report to the city saying how many residents are teachers that live there and how many are not teachers.
Isn't that already in there?
I don't think that was incorporated. Is it?
Give us 1 second.
Okay, so you're referencing some recommendations from the Planning and Transportation Commission, and so what Mr. Sauls is looking at now is to see if that was actually incorporated into the record of land use action. And maybe while that's taking place, if I can just interject with a couple of comments. So just noting on 4A, I believe, and Mr. Yang can weigh in if I got this wrong, but this I think is fairly typical with how we may approach this in the course of our regular business in administering the BMR program, noting that there may be some, it may not be perfectly aligned in every instance where you're dealing with different numbers of bedrooms, maybe less so in this particular situation. But 4A and 4D both may result in the ratios, the percentages that we've earmarked for low income to be less than 25% as those provisions get implemented. But when the tenant that's in that space leaves, it would get reset and restored back to being a low income unit. Just acknowledging that from throughout time, there'll be some adjustments in that. Okay.
Short gaps.
And then I didn't know how critical it was on 4D for there to be 100% AMI or an average of 90% when we're dealing with just 2 units. And can we just say 100% AMI just for ease of administration? Okay, thank you. So to the clerk, great, thank you.
And to clarify, it doesn't look like, no, it does not look like those 2 were included. So they can be incorporated in this motion to make sure that those are.
I'll accept it.
Same here.
So it's packet page for the clerk, it's packet page 408. And it's the conditions recommended by the PTC.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I have a couple of technical, potentially friendly amendments for the motion, but one quick aside. Postmortem is not necessarily the word I would use, but I echo Councilmember Rechtel's point that on combining lots, and that more broadly, we should look at how to make these kinds of projects easier. Other cities are aggressively courting these kinds of 100% private, or, with the acceptance of the exception of, sorry,
development impact fees.
Yeah. With the exception of the impact fees, other cities are aggressively courting these projects, these 100% otherwise of privately funded projects. We have our AHIP, but it doesn't actually enable projects like this, and we should think more about that. Okay, a couple of friendly amendments. I'm not sure if C is explicitly needed here, but if so, I think it should definitely say PAUSD employees to clarify teachers and staff are clearly equal partners here.
So you can
on numbers D and B, I think we should clarify that those apply for PAUSD employees who live in these units. So if you are otherwise a tenant and you have nothing to do with the school system, it doesn't, stipulation B doesn't necessarily make sense. And number D, that's a benefit. And if we're only going to limit it to 2 units, we should prioritize teachers and staff who might want that. So would that be acceptable to say that conditions B and D, or sorry, motion 4B and 4D would apply for PAUSD staff and teachers?
I mean, I think B, yes. I don't know D, it would be for low income residents either way. So I'm not quite sure the need to do that on D. I don't know if the seconder has a strong opinion on it.
No, I tend to think that while we place our greatest value on supporting the PAUSD tenants, that any of the low income tenants, I don't want to have them go through a hardship just because of a very modest raise.
Yeah. I mean, I think the flip side then is also I would consider D to not be limited to 2 units. That was the other way I was thinking about it earlier in my head. And I think the other point that staff mentioned is that we can formalize the outreach requirements and right of first refusal requirements for PAUSD teachers and staff in the regulatory agreement. So I would suggest a friendly amendment to have a bullet E that says that directs staff to formalize outreach and right of first refusal for PAUSD employees.
Well, I assume that's what C is. It's a preference for PAUSD employees. I don't know how that's different.
I think what we mentioned earlier was that, I mean, I think there's a preference that's already stated in the development agreement. I think the point was that we would formalize like a 2-week outreach and right of first refusal period and other things like that. And staff wanted to have that in the motion.
Staff feel like they need more detail than what C is providing.
So I understand 4C to be laying out what we were going to do in the regulatory agreement, which is to identify how available units are first made available to PAUSD teachers and faculty staff.
Cool. That works for me.
Okay. I
Mayor?
see no other lights. Oh, yep, go ahead.
Sorry. So just in looking at 4B again, suggesting that not knowing when the raise may take place, that we offer the same period of time that we offer others, and say for a period of 6 months or at through the end of the school year, whichever is later. We would make that recommendation.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's better.
Anything else, Director Light?
No, I don't think from staff, just looking to the applicant. Any concerns about the questions, the conditions? And maybe I should do it, maybe Mayor through you, if maybe give the applicant an opportunity to speak to the conditions that we've added.
Sure. If there's any questions or clarifications, now's the time.
Clarification. I mean, I understood Councilmember Burt's, sorry, I'll speak. I understood Councilmember Burt's construct. When I read it over here, and I can't read it right now. Which one is it? Is it B? No, number D. It says, it's very vague. It says allow 2 units to transition to 100% AMI for positive employees. I think it's intended, but it maybe should be explicit. And that is allow 2 of the low income units to transition to 100% AMI. And you maybe, I don't know, do you want to add, 3 months? I don't know how long, do you want a time frame on that, or is it in perpetuity? I don't know. That's what I'm supportive of it, but anyway, at a minimum, we should say of the low income units to transition to 100%.
Yeah, I think that's clarifying, and I think for just that small number of units, I wouldn't want to put a sunset on it.
And sorry, quick correction to the clerk. We didn't accept the on D for PAUSD employees.
Yeah, right.
Director Late, other direction?
Just want to see if Mr. Yang is on and if there's any concern about 4B being limited to PAUSD employees only.
Yeah, so I was going to suggest that 4B be qualified as subject to legal review.
Yep, it's fine with me.
Okay. Developer's good, staff's good, maker's good, secretary good. Let's have a vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much again for everyone's stamina on this particular issue. It wasn't easy, but as we have said, we got it right, not just got it out. So that's terrific ending. Thanks very much, and we stand adjourned. Next.